you like a glass of water?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
I'm checking in with the camera, see if you space. You still in it? Oh, now? Oh, we're good?
Thank you.
You're good. That's a white glove? Good match. Oop.
Hey, I'm not sure if the stream is live. Looks like on my end, it looks like just getting started. All right. So it looks like we've got the consolation round 4 between Rory and Karen, both very well-known players in the community. Good morning, everyone, by the way. It is 8 a.m. here, local time. Hope everyone had a good 4th of July the other night. For those who weren't there last evening, I did some commentary last night for a couple of matches. Had a lot of fun. Yeah, we're back again this morning for, I believe, the final day of the Michigan Championship. Okay. So let's see what's going on here. We've got early priming battle going on with both sides having 3 interboard points. That was a 5-1 or a 6-1? That was a 5-1. Okay. Okay, 6-1 from the bar for white. It looks like Karen is thinking whether to get one of the guys off the 24 point. Yeah, this is not what you want to do. You're leaving yourself exposed to 3s, 1s, and 6s, but having 3 guys on the 24 is never going to be good. Cannot quite tell how long this match is. Looks like the scoreboard is slightly out of frame. Anyway, the double hit, and at least White was able to enter with both. Now, there is an interesting cube decision here. There's 1 checker back versus 4, but these 4 back checkers are really bad. So, yeah, looks like Rory decides to cash that position. It's almost too good, but there is a bit of risk to playing on, you know. Karen could always roll like a 3-2 to make the advanced anchor, so. Good morning, John. Looks like you're in a similar time zone to me. It's what, 7 a.m. there? All right, 6-4 splits and comes down. Okay. 6-4. We'll simply hit and split. Okay. Now 3-2, you simply have to keep hitting here off the important points. So 8-5 is clear. 4-1 will hit back. Now, Karen is looking to roll a 5 or a 6 from the bar to hit off the opponent's bar point, which she does. Three 6 is a nice outfield hit. Getting rid of that builder on the opponent's 9 point is always nice. Not too much going on right now. Both sides are just trying to secure some sort of back anchor. 2-1 is not great, but you got to hit. There's not much else to do there. Double 4s. Okay, that has to be strong. So you got to hit, and then the last 2. This is interesting, actually. Don't really want to make the 4 point that breaks the valuable 8 point. If you come out and build the 16 point outside anchor, then the problem with that is you don't have the last 4 to play besides 13-9, which just exposes another blot. So yeah, I like this play, just making a nice priming point in your front position, the 9 point. 3-2. Yeah, so with multiple back checkers, you don't want to be too exposed. You don't want to leave all these blots to get blitzed. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to make this second anchor. It's not necessarily going to be permanent. You don't want to be stuck on these 2 deep anchors, but for now, it's a temporary measure against some various threats in the position. So I do like this play. Yeah. All right, 4-2 is good. Have to make the 4 point, of course. And Rory knows this. 2-1. Okay, so this is a clear play here. When you got all these back checkers and you have like pretty much nothing in your front position, you gotta fight and try to make points. So the best use of this is to, I believe, hit twice on the 5 and 4 points. Alternatively, you could do this slightly more ergonomic play and bring one down from the midpoint and just hit once. That is definitely an option, but yeah, maybe that is actually fine. But yeah, this double tiger, it's not like this is a very strong play because you obviously you'll have like only 6 checkers there. But yeah, 13-11 unstacking, I actually like this play. Normally you do want a double hit there, but coming down is nice because you do have 4 checkers on your midpoint. Okay, 6-2, and now white's starting to make some progress. So yeah, you continue hitting, not necessarily to blitz Rory, but you're just trying to build your best inner board points. Hey, good morning, Marty. Okay, 6-3 here. Yeah, you see how much white gained. And now that the race is starting to even up again, we're getting closer to even. Karen is going to look to get off these back anchors and try to make the 18 point anchor. Yeah, it's still quite a bit of work to do before there's any cube action, I believe, because there's just so much work to do. There's like 5 guys to bring around in the back. Okay, how does she play this 5-6? Yeah, you want to make the anchor, and the 6 has to break the midpoint, which is annoying. Yeah, the problem with this play is it just feels a tad bit too loose to break the midpoint so early. But this does keep your back checkers more connected. If you simply bring the guy on the 18 point all the way around and slot the bar point, the problem with that play is you have just 4 checkers on deep anchors. It's going to be difficult to play from there. Yeah, this is tricky. I would not do this. But maybe it's right, because maybe it buys herself time to make the anchor later. But the problem is, if you get hit, then you have like 4 blots lying around. So the trade-off there. 3-6. Okay, this just makes the point. Yeah, I'm not sure about that 5-6 there. It was very committal. And of course, there's no cube. Your position is worse than it was 3 turns ago. Double 5s is a great shot. That's 2 on the bar, which should give you ample time with the 4-point board to escape your back checkers. Yeah, you have to do this, of course. Yep, with 2 on the bar against a 5 prime, you have plenty of time to roll to split off the back anchors. I feel like you should just point. Okay. It's understandable, but if Rory is able to roll a 3, then he's at the edge of the prime. That's great counterplay, but I understand the decision there. Okay, 5-1. That is just a terrible roll, of course. Yeah, that's exactly why I would have made the 3-point on head earlier. 6-3, okay. Yeah, you could have thought about running too. You were up in the race by quite a bit. Not sure if you considered that option. Yeah, now both sides' positions are getting quite awkward. The blot on the ace point's really bad. The 3 checkers on the 22 point when you're up in the race is really bad. Looks like it's going to be a long game. 5-4. I think it makes sense to just make the 2-point. Yeah. 5-1. Cracks another important priming point. It's really bad. Now it's Karen that could be close to a cube if she's just able to get these checkers on the 22 point around the board. Looks pretty strong. 4-3. Yeah. I think it's definitely time to get going there. Rory has tons of weaknesses in his home board. He's got the daily builder on the 4-point and the blot on the ace point. So there's virtually no risk in running. 5-2. Just put white on the bar. 6-1 dances. Okay, there's a bit of counterplay here now. Although the position is still quite shaky. Okay, getting one out is always nice. Now he's looking to get missed. Doesn't want Karen to roll a 4. 3-1, okay. So 3 is forced, and the 1 is also virtually forced, I believe. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 5-1. Yeah, I guess this is the best you can do. You don't love it, but at least it makes use of that daily builder on the 4-point. It's white on the bar. 2-6. Okay, now after this hit, looks like it's going to be a double pass after, no matter how he enters. Okay, with the hit, maybe not yet. Oh yeah, definitely not with double 3s. Okay, wow, this is a lot of back and forth already. Yeah, dance. Yeah. Yeah, with 3 builders to make a 5-point, 2 builders to make the 2-point. Karen's prime is also not fantastic with 2 gaps in it. And the blot in the outfield looks quite scary. However, we're still 3 guys on the 22 points, so I would have been inclined to take that, but what do you guys think in the chat? You guys think that was a take? I think there was a lot of counterplay there. Okay. Rory opts to bring 2 checkers down, the more aggressive opening option. So it looks like the score is, what is that, 2-0? Double twos. Okay. Typically with double twos against an early 4-3, you want to definitely make the 4 point. And the last 2, you want to step up from the back. This is a more conservative option of making the 20 point. Five two will hit and continue. Looks like, yeah, only getting hit back with 1s and 3s. Three one's not great because you would have liked to run off on the back, but at least it makes a very good point. Yeah, this is exactly why you wanted to run. Didn't want to get attacked there on the 5 point. Now, yeah. Even though you would love to make that anchor, I mean, you're on the initiative. You got a 4 point board versus a 2 point board. It's got to be correct to make the 3 point. Okay, now does Rory have anything? No. 2 back checkers stuck on the 24. Definitely not. Okay, so you do have to split. And the 4 is only natural to come down and hide the blot. All right, 4-3 really doesn't do anything. Now Karen is in some trouble. There are numbers to make the bar point, make the 5 prime. There are numbers to escape from the back. And if Rory is able to escape from the back with at least 1 checker here, it's going to have a big advantage. So I think this is already close to a cube, although I don't know what the match length is. I'm not sure about that. Okay, 4-1. This is quite interesting. The first play that I considered is bringing 1 down from the midpoint and just continuing to the 8 point. Just adding maximum builders for the bar point or even the 2 point. I don't think you want to do that, although maybe he sees a tempo gain from hitting because you get to prevent your opponent from making good interboard point. Yeah. Downside of that is your opponent can either hit, which is good, or they can enter up higher, which is also good. Okay, this double slots. This has got to be close to a cube now, but maybe at a leading score, you're not quite there yet. There are 2 blots in the inner board, so you can play pretty flexibly. For those in the chat commenting on moves, there is a 1 minute delay on the stream, so please be a little more specific with the positions you were referring to. Oh, you're talking about that position, two up against the 4 point board. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, in that position, Karen had a gap on the 7 point, which really diminishes the prime value, makes the blitz that much stronger. So ultimately, it was a pass. Yeah, the key is the fact that she broke her bar point earlier. That position. Okay, 6-1. Looks like Karen is thinking about stepping out in the outfield. Yeah, this is dangerous, but obviously there's not much better to do, right? I mean, I think if you're going to come out, you should consider playing 6 to 5? I mean, this just, yeah, this does build your board, but I mean, I think Rory is thrilled to hit with an ace, even though he's got the blot in his home board. It's not like Karen's board is any stronger. Okay, these are 9-point matches. It's good to know. So it appears that Rory is 7 away, 9 away. Okay, I mean, there's the ace shot. There's rolls to make the 8-point or the bar point, which will make position really, really strong. However, given that he has the blot in his inner board, I think it's a little bit shy of a cube. Slightly, although you're really close now. Oh wow, 6-4 is a great shot. So you have to run. Just have to do this. Actually, wait, you can just come out and make the 4-point. Is that better? Because again, with this strong 5-point board, Rory's going to hit anyway off the ace, with the ace. So you might as well strengthen your board, right? Looks like she's considering it. Yeah, it looks like I would leave the extra shots, or maybe not. It is a lot more shots. There's the 4-6 and any 5. Okay, so Rory cubes. Yeah. I mean, it's just the ace shot. And if you get missed, you're in a terribly timed bar point holding game where you can easily get 4 cubed. Yeah, I'm not so sure that was a cube. I think that was more of a bluff, trying to get Karen to pass, but of course she knows it's not a pass. Okay, double 6 is just a terrible shot, but because you no longer have the double coverage on the opponent's bar point when he's forced to run. Okay, double 3s. Now, the only play I see here is to play 6 to 3 twice. Yeah, try to fill in that gap in the inner board. It's better than playing 4 to 1. Then you permanently kill those 2 checkers on the 2-point. The gap is always nice to fill in. Yeah, this is a clear play for sure. Now with a bunch of 6s, like 6-1, 6-2, he's gonna, and also some 5s, he's gonna be forced to leave a double shot. Not 6-3 though. 6-3 is actually a great roll. Does not have to run yet. Okay, Karen's thinking of redoubling, anticipating a double shot next roll. However, I don't believe you're supposed to do that quite yet. Not until you actually leave the shot. Okay, Dice Man says the 6 to 1 hit was correct. Yeah, that was definitely a tricky play. It was some tempo gain, and also it just prevents Karen from running. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely on the aggressive side. The problem with this position is that Karen is also running out of flexibility. Okay, well, this double 4s just solves all the issues. I can understand the redouble. I mean, Rory's home board is just so bad that as soon as there's any sort of contact, it was looking pretty bad for him. So she's just counting the race here. Yeah, just run 6-5. All right, not that we're anywhere close to a recube yet. Definitely something to consider for Rory that he is. His opponent's take point on the 8 cube is, I believe, somewhere about 6 to 7%. So don't have to think about it anytime soon. Yeah, Looks like he is just losing the race anyway. Okay, double threes helps, takes 3 off. Oh, double ones for Rory would be pretty much just as good as double sixes. a lot of guys there. 6-1 is great. Takes off the 6 and the 1. One of the excess checkers, 5-4. Now let's see here. Will we get an AQ? I mean, this is still nothing yet. I mean, I didn't really count, but doesn't look like you're anywhere near the doubling point. He does send it. Wow. Thought he was definitely a bit short there. I mean, so it's a 5 roll. Yeah, okay, so Karen scoops it, of course. No, they play for the match. Five three is not great. It looks like the end here, unless a miracle happens.
A short one.
That was a quick one. Did not expect a 16 cube in this match.
Not sure if I had a proper redouble to 8. Yeah. Well, I can show it to you if you want.
It's like Rory is recreating that AQ position to see if it was correct or not. Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know. Just, intuition told me that he was maybe 1 roll too short. I mean, you got the gaps on the 3 and 2 point. Karen has several rolls to roll a big doublet, so looked a little bit shy of an AQ, but if you care at all about your PR in these tournaments, the engine is sometimes very sensitive to those decisions. You got to be very precise in finding the perfect doubling point.
Get different clock. You get different clock. There's one right here.
Hold on a sec. I think I got a little bit confused earlier. It is the match score is 2-0, right? Was 2-0 there. Okay, so I think I misspoke earlier when I said the take point was like 7%. No, it's nowhere near that. it's definitely in the somewhere about 14-15%, I believe. Okay, so then that was definitely a proper AQ. What am I saying? See if we can get another match up on stream soon after that quick one. Perfect time for a breakfast break, yeah. Might not be any games going on right now. It might not have. Well, I definitely didn't expect this match to be over so quickly. I mean, typically a 9-point match in live backgammon with typical time controls takes anywhere from an hour to sometimes up to an hour and 45 minutes, at least in my experience. This one was just like, what, 20 minutes, 25 minutes? Okay, so I was just informed that we'll be streaming the intermediate finals next, but we're just waiting on one of the side events to finish. Stick around, guys.
We're playing John Quinn next. Continue here. No? Oh, okay. Was my cube right? It looks like all street. Oh, okay. Intermediate final. I saw it straight up there. I'm almost there. Intermediate final. That person's not in.
Hello, good morning.
Intermediate jackpot. Victor de Oliveira puts Kathy Van.
For those still watching, make sure to check out Backgammon Majin channel. New channel that I'm a co-owner of. I have some instructional content there. Looking to upload some more in the future, near future. For those who are just tuning in, once again, we are just waiting for the next matches to start. The next one will be the intermediate finals, as far as I'm aware.
playing with Rory? Not this table? Oh.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Morning, Leah. This match complete? Yes, this match took like less than 30 minutes. Rory was up 2-0, and then in the third game, there was a 16 cube for the match. It was match 9. So, yeah, that's why there's a bit of an extended break right now. Should be on soon. They're just waiting for one of the other matches to finish.
I don't want to steal your drafting. Is it? Because I know we have.
Okay, we got the new graphics up. Kathy and Victor, intermediate final. Should be fun. I hope they have the scoreboard more in frame this time. I mean, they just got to shift everything a little bit to the right. A few inches to the right. There's some dead space in the camera view. It's a bit of a quiet stream this morning, largely due to the other big backgammon stream going on right now over in Sweden. There's also obviously big celebration the other night. Okay, so interestingly enough, someone sent me the position in XG in the 16 cube game, or rather the position where Rory sent the A cube for the match. So obviously he was a huge favorite in that game, but the the match score considerations, you have to be a little careful in redoubling there. He was up 2-0, if I recall. I mean, I wasn't quite sure. It looks like from the scoreboard he was up 2-0. Nothing to 7, so 7 away, 9 away. And he was owning a 4 cube, which means if he were to double and Karen were to pass that position, the score would be 3 away, 9 away for Rory. And I said afterwards, I said that I estimated the take point to be about 14 to 15% in the mid-teens, and yeah, it is about 16%. I just checked, which means if you're close to 16% winning, or if you're close to an 84% win, 84% favor in that position, then you should just requeue for the match. Since after you turn the cube to 8, match is pretty much over. Anyway, the position was like 85% winning chances, so that is 1% past the take point. The correct cube action there, I didn't plug it into XG yet, but it appeared to have been a correct double and a small pass. It appears that Gary Tansey might join me on commentary for the next match, which is pretty exciting. Not 100% sure he will, but he did say he's available. Looks like the match they're waiting to finish before they move on to this one. One player is up 5-1, the match to 7. So we shouldn't have to wait too much longer. Did Karen win? No, she was down 2-0 in a match to 9, and there was an 8 cube and then a 16 cube, and she just lost her race. She had like 14 to 15% winning chances, and she had a chance to pass the 8 cube to play a little bit more, but then she would have been down 6-0. So she decided to just take and gamble on the slim winning chances that she had. Excuse me. Okay, it looks confirmed that Gary Tansey is going to join me soon. Just about to get on. Still quite a bit of time before the match starts. Yeah, it looks like most of the viewers migrated to the other stream. There is looks like Steve Sachs is playing and commentated 2 of his matches the other night. And I think he won both of them. Hello, Mr. Tansey.
How you doing, Chris? Good to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
What was that going on? There we go.
I heard you live in the Midwest. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm in the greater St. Louis area.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard you live in Edmonton, which is
Mm-hmm.
it's funny that people immediately go Calgary when you tell them Alberta. It's like, no, there's another state. It's in fact the capital.
Have you heard of Edmonton before?
Oh, of course. I mean, Edmonton Oilers, right?
You're a hockey fan. Okay.
You know, I'm not a rabid fan like some people around here, but you know, like I'm aware of that. And Edmonton, before like Mall of America in Minnesota, it used to have like the biggest shopping mall in the world, right? Like still?
Yeah, we
I don't
still
know.
have one of the biggest ones.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like no, we tore that down years ago. It's like I got that bit of information from like an old Guinness Book of World Records that I had lying around.
Most Americans I talk to have never heard of Edmonton or even Alberta, so
That is crazy. I mean, I guess hockey is not as popular as I thought. Because I mean, it's where Wayne Gretzky started.
Yeah.
The big run of being the great one. But he actually played in Indianapolis for a little bit, but but we won't talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gretzky played for a few months in St. Louis too. I failed to pick up his jersey when he was there. Would have. But anyway.
Actually, speaking of the hockey team back then, I remember seeing some old piece of trivia a while back about I think Peter Pocklington, which was the owner of the Oilers back then. Apparently, he gambled on backgammon with some other guy around that time. There was some like backgammon gambling event.
That's
Yeah, I don't quite remember the details, but it was something.
Allegedly, it was big back then. I mean, it's still before my time as an adult, so I couldn't say, but yeah. I mean, and I imagine along that set, there's still some pretty crazy gambling that goes on.
Yeah. So I don't know if you caught the end of this last match between Rory and Karen.
I just woke up, so I missed it. But I'm hearing rumbling.
This was it. I can summarize the match in just one phrase. Like Rory was up 2-0, and the match was 2-9. And this was the position that you see over here in the bear off. This was the position roughly. There's like 7 checkers on the ace point, 3 more, and 2 checkers on the 4 and 5. So Pink has about 85% win chances here, and Rory sent an 8 cube in this position for the match.
Oh, fun!
Yeah, he was holding a 4 cube. So
he was up 2-0.
Yeah, so the take point is during the stream I estimated about 14 to 15%, but it's actually 16%. I'm not mistaken.
14 or 15 would be that would be good enough to not make a huge mistake.
Yeah, no, but it turns out I think it was a correct AQ, but Rory sent the AQ pretty quickly, which was kind of shocking. Like that's such a committal decision, right? To just cube for the match. But yeah, anyway, Karen scooped the AQ, which I think was a small mistake, not a huge mistake. And then there was 16 cube, and then it was over. So yeah, had a long break between matches because of that. A quick one.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm still looking at it, and I'm still deciding. Even after you told me the answer, and still deciding. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky for sure. But somebody in the chat did put into XG and said that there was 15% win chances for Karen. So that would mean that it was a small pass.
So that's a spot where, depending on how you remember the match equity table or derive it, is it could make a little difference if you're for sure 2 off. Which is kind of all you really want to be able to do is just not make the huge mistakes. You don't want to make the 300 mistakes on the huge decisions, but you're okay with it. You're actually okay making like a 50 or 80 mistake on a cube decision of that, because they aren't as big of mistakes as checker plays of that size, you know.
For sure. Somebody in the chat says the epic beard is an indicator of elite puck knowledge.
Well, I just tell people I'm not wasting time shaving. So, but at this point, I'm not really. I don't know if I'm learning anything new or not. If I am learning new stuff, it's pushing old stuff out. So I don't know. Like, don't get old, Paris. Don't. It's not. It's not a good idea to get old. I guess it beats the alternative. I've been told that. Looks like we have hands on the board, and they set it up, so that's good.
They said they were waiting for a different match to finish, and it looked like it was close to being finished, but might have been a comeback.
That's the thing about wrapping these tournaments up is oftentimes you got, there's always one or two players that are in everything, and the waiting is the hardest part.
But yeah, these tournaments look to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of action, a lot of side events, a lot of format with having like consolation rounds, so you get to play some more matches if you lose early on. Seems pretty fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I hope you get to play in some, because there was really nothing like it. You'll have as much or as little action as you want. Well, you'll have as much action as you want. You might have too much action, but
they just seem a lot more.
Lots of stuff.
They just seem a lot more fun than chess tournaments. Like chess tournaments, you're just sitting at a board for 5 hours and you repeat that like 7 to 9 times.
And everybody has to be so quiet at a chess tournament, And backgammon, it's definitely not.
One small mistake, you just lose the game.
Yeah,
it's really like stressful.
Absolutely. Part of the reason I never made it as a chess player was I just wasn't good enough. But also, it's one of those things where you can, in backgammon, you just make your move. You take whatever time you need for that, but then you just move on. Short memory. But we'd love to see you out at a few of these things. But then again, we're always reaching out for new people. But St. Louis just had a big tournament, and a lot of people came out for the first time to their first ever tournament. They had a great time, and I think we made some lifelong fans of those people. So. Whenever you can. Yeah, I know Edmonton's quite a hike from anything there, so you might have to create it yourself, which you already kind of have done. But yeah, we'd love to see it.
Yeah, I have traveled to the States on a couple of occasions for chess tournaments too. It's always a lot of fun to go travel.
And this intermediate final coming up, I don't know anything about these players, which is partially my fault. I tried to look up some things about them. And the only thing I could find was that Victor had a second place in Ohio at one point. I don't think I found anything about Kathy. I don't even know where these players are from. Have you heard anything?
You know.
I also want to look to see because Michigan, I think, is still a true double elimination event in that, oh, they might have changed that. It used to be that whoever came through the one loss bracket actually had to beat um, the undefeated player twice in order to win the tournament. They may have changed that. Um, yeah, I'm looking at the USBGF brackets, and they don't have it set up that way. So
Do you have the schedule on hand, at least?
I don't have on the Sundays. There's not. There might be like a tentative schedule, but they don't always stick to it. They try. Traditionally in Michigan, they play the main event open final at high noon Eastern time, but there can be scheduling conflicts within things and stuff like that. So I don't know what when they'll actually play.
Yeah, I'm mostly wondering if they're gonna have like which events are gonna be on the mainstream, which ones are gonna be on this one.
It would be hard to imagine them not putting the open final on Stream One
Stream one, yeah.
with a live commentator. I mean, because they would gather a little bit of a crowd to watch that, and
Yeah, it makes sense.
but if we're lucky, we might get a side event final. If we're really lucky, we'd get a Masters final. But I somehow think that they would also save that for Stream One as well. Let's see. Since you mentioned the schedule, I'm going to see what they actually published before the tournament. Oh, that's interesting. It says finals in all divisions 3 p.m. I don't, at least for the intermediate final, I hope they're not sticking to that because we're going to be sitting here a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, they're having their I guess they're starting at noon. They're starting the Women's World of Backgammon Fireworks Cup with $250 of added money. So I guess that's a start time for that event. So that'll at least give if any women players who have been knocked out of the main events, that'll give them a nice strong event to play in, and maybe some matches for us to watch coming up. So that would be good if that is accurate. me see if I can find out if there are any active matches. I imagine the consolation would still be going on in the open division. Okay, come on now. Just the consolation. Okay, so Rory Pascar is playing John Quinn. The winner of that would get Frank Raposa, who's won this tournament in years past. And on the other side, Roberto Litzenberger and Steve Sachs. And then Julius High and David Kettler. So still some pretty well-known names floating around in the consolation. And if I had to bet, I have not looked at what's on Stream One, but I would guess they'd be, if they're smart, they're streaming Litzenberger and Sachs on Stream One right now. Yes, they are. Okay. That's exactly what I would have done. And it looks like Roberto is up 7-4 in a match to 9. And it looks like they got Marty Storer doing commentary all by himself. Oh man, that's an empty room behind him. It's a little sad. Come on. There's Steve Sachs and Roberto playing and Marty commentating. What's not to like? I mean, we don't want to drive people away from this stream, but
I wonder if the streaming over in Sweden is still going on. It was.
oh yeah, that would be interesting. They must be wrapping that tournament up about now.
Oh no, it's still going on.
Oh, it's still going on.
Not the UBC part of it, but
Just the Swedish Open or whatever they're calling.
yeah, just most of the backgammon viewers on YouTube are over there. Seems like.
No, that makes sense. First of all, there's that's where the currently you'd see the highest stakes match because we're only showing the one match on Stream One at this time. Looks like the main final in Swedish Open, Radu Chortan is leading 11-4 over. I got the name of the other guy cut out. Let me see. Omid Badler? I've seen Radu's name before. I haven't seen the other player's name before. 11-4-15 in favor of Radu Chortan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys trying to play double fives, and he can run off his anchor around, but he'll be only up like 3 pips when he does so. And I'm like, oh man, I know I'm not winning this race because I got to be up 4, but I can't afford to keep any contact. With just it's like you have to voluntarily get into a race that you're losing by a little bit because everything else.
Yeah, sometimes you have to do that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it's a very unpleasant feeling. It's like, well, I have to accept being a tiny underdog because if I try to fight for anything more, I'm a bigger underdog.
Okay. And this is the official board for streaming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are the rules for tip score. Use one hand. Okay. Yes, sir. On that side. Okay. Do you want my name tag? On this, I'm sorry? No name tag. Okay. We'll go get Kathy.
And we're going to switch up the scoreboard and clock. Okay, it's all getting set up.
I'll go get Kathy.
It's interesting on that Swedish Open match. So, guy is up, 4 away, 11 away. And now it's just like a straight race where the guy is at, 78, 79% to win. And he was blowing through all these cubes, just not giving them. It's like, the guy just has to pass those. But our first instinct is just never to double with a big lead. But ooh.
This is the first time
Looks like we are about to begin in this one. We got players ready. I'm Jerry Tanzi. This is Paris Dorn with me. He's been with you all morning. We're about to start the intermediate final at the Michigan Summer Championships between Victor de Oliveira and Kathy Van Alstyne.
Forward to it. This time we're showing the bear off on the left. Looks like we're switching that every time.
And opening roll to Kathy.
This is good. This time the scoreboard is actually visible. Like last
That's
time.
good. It kept creeping off to the side.
Yeah. This 5-2 is a slight mistake, is it not?
Yeah, I think you're slashing with the 5 generally.
Yeah. Against the 6-4 especially.
Yeah. Interesting play with the 3-2.
He goes for the aggressive play. That's very aggressive. Playing with 5 blots. Okay, and now the deuce. Yeah. Looks about right.
Yeah, gonna stop the madness, get an anchor.
Number 2 is fine. You can just make the point.
Yep, gets the 9 point.
Oh, that is not legal. Wait, it's a 4-1. I thought it was a 4-2.
Oh.
I couldn't.
So did I. I saw a 4-2 as well.
Yeah. But that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. In any case, she gets the 9 points. So,
Yeah.
and she's
Okay, now,
very happy she has an anchor.
Now in this type of position, with all these stack checkers and the blitzing structure, you're not in a super rush to make the bar point anchor actually in these types of positions. But here you kind of have to, because if you were to just run with that one guy, there's no 6 to play afterwards. So yeah, it looks like you do have to make this anchor. And then the only 5 that makes any sense is just 11 to 6. Yes. Oh, that is very risky.
Wow.
Very risky.
Now, just gotta. We're definitely hitting with this 6.
Yeah, so you can come out with both, or you can be more ambitious and hit and then make one of these
double
points.
4s. Shoot.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks quite strong. I think you do want to make one interboard point because it increases your chances of getting an efficient double in the next roll. But on the other hand, if you were to dance, could be almost too good. Okay, 2-6. Yeah. An important roll.
Grabs the anchor. I'm having trouble seeing the dice.
Probably safety that one guy at least, and then the 2. Yeah.
5-3 is interesting.
Oh, I think the 5 should have been used to come out.
Yeah,
that guy there is just kind of vulnerable.
And I like this cube from Victor.
Oh yeah, I mean you're almost at full freedom. You got 5s, 4s, and 6s that can potentially double hit and crush you.
5-3 was really big.
If the 5-3 was played the other way by coming out and then hitting, maybe it would not be a cube yet.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
She wouldn't have anything. And she passes. That's interesting. So
yeah.
It's one of those things where if you make the 5-3 play that way, like you gotta I don't want to say you have to take the cube, but like you gotta know that a cube is coming.
Yeah.
All right. First early advantage for Victor de Oliveira. And unfortunately, these players are unknown to me.
Okay, so this 5-4 opening play. Yeah, that's
usually we split with that one in response.
Not a terrible not a huge mistake, but it's definitely more standard to split. Just to kind of control the outfield a little bit better, your opponent's got 6 checkers on the midpoint that want to come down, so it makes it harder to come down when you got extra contact. Double 5s is great. Worse. 5-4.
Well, that's how you answer.
Yeah. Now, Kathy's looking to hit back. 1-6 is not anywhere near her best.
Ace probably just needs to come out.
Yeah. You never want to have 3 guys on the 24 points, especially early on.
Yeah, it's...
Everyone, this is very interesting. I'd be very tempted just to make the 5 point, not even hit in safety. Like if you hit in safety, not only do you leave 7s and 6s from the bar, you also put 6 checkers on your midpoint again. So I like that play, actually.
Yeah. 5 point is even though it got hit, it's still you still got a great.
Yeah, there's not enough threats. I mean, it's just a really bad 3-point board with not enough builders and everything. Okay, so 4-2 comes in and does that. Okay, I mean, I would have been very tempted to just play 13-11, but maybe it's too much.
That's a tough decision for me. It is an additional blot, but this is a little inflexible as well.
Yeah, so sometimes the safe play is just fine because, you know, you still have a solid front position with the 5 points, so it's not like you're desperate to maximize your flexibility or anything. Anyway, 6-3 for is this for Victor?
Yeah, he can duplicate threes by jumping out.
I think this is pretty mandatory hit. I mean, you got the stronger board, and that guy's threatening to escape. I think you got a hit.
No, it's Victor 6-3.
It's sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. Wrong side. Yeah, 6-3. Yeah, okay. So this looks pretty clear then.
Yeah, didn't have a safe out.
Now the question is, when do you want to come out with the goalkeeper? I think there's not too much of a rush yet. Once the opponent starts to build like the 3 point and the 4 point, then you kind of want to come out, but it's not a rush to do so yet. Maybe you can just make the 2 point, but that doesn't look great. I'm not too fast with the pip counting either, so I don't know if the race is.
The only thing that would make this a redeeming play is if the race was very, very close, or if she was winning, then she might not be able to afford to stay. But to me, my instinct is generally to go for the contact because it just makes it very easy for Victor to play behind. And Victor can't play this number safely. I think he's looking at the race, and if he's down in this race, he may decide I need to at least make the 10 point.
Yeah, so I just did a quick estimate of the pip count just now, and it looked like after the roll, Kathy was actually up a few pips. So yeah, that must have been fine to reduce the contact there.
Big roll for Victor, and he does.
Oh, it's another. That was a 4-5. Yeah, I could have sworn it was a 4-5. Easy play. There you go.
Wow.
That's a really ugly entry.
I don't think Victor has anything quite yet.
Yeah, you got to think about it. It's good that he's thinking about it, but I think he's quite a ways away. I mean, you don't have full freedom yet, and you don't have you have only a 2 point board with 5 guys on the 6 point, all these strip points in the outfield. I don't think there's enough threats here, but and also the race is sure he's up a bit in the race, but
he might have been testing.
Yeah, maybe based on the last game where his opponent passed pretty quickly. There's a chance.
This is a great roll to start that double ones.
Yeah. 3-1 has to just anchor, of course.
All right.
Now Kathy's position after Victor made the 4 points is pretty ugly. Got not enough timing. You got deep points made. Not great.
She would still be able to take this, so it's and that was a really good sequence for Victor.
Yeah, of course, making the 4 point but hey, at least Kathy was able to anchor inside the home board. Okay, 6-3, yeah. An ideal role for Kathy next would be something like a double forward, obviously double sixes, but double fours would be really nice just to get those back checkers out moving.
Yeah, it's almost like it's too many men back for the racing deficit that she has. You can kind of sense that.
I don't think she has a big racing deficit. It's not huge.
Right. It's certainly not big enough for 2 deep anchors.
Yeah. So Kathy's got maybe like 2 or 3 rolls before her home board starts to bust a bit. It's getting a little worrisome. 4-1 is good. She wants to roll small here. She needs time to make the 4-point, at least make a 5-point board before she's forced to run.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's 5-4. He's just gonna clear a point. There were certainly a lot worse rolls for Victor there. 6-1 would not have been fun. Six two, she can make the 5-point board. Points are a little out of order, but she might not care. Great roll for Victor, and now something's got to give in most variants. She can just hold on with this 2-1, though. Now let's see if Victor has.
No, it could be Victor that leaves a shot 6-1. No. So this, I would just probably make the ace point 2-1. But this is fine too. Oh, double threes. Okay. Well, does bust the board a bit, but yeah, it's actually. Oh, yeah. Not much to do with that roll, I guess.
Yeah, it was going to be ugly no matter what. But...
Yeah, 6-3. So of course there's only one play here. Yeah. Maybe actually maybe you should stay with a slight bit of contact. I mean, your board is busted anyway. You got to just play with the 4-point board, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Right.
Still would like to hit this.
Got like 15 shots or something? No.
This time she probably should go rather than crunching to a 3-point board.
Yeah, no, I think you just minimize shots. I mean, before it was like 15 or 16. Now, if you go to the bar point, it's only 11. Oh, wait, I keep getting confused.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, say 6-1, yeah. Okay, 4-2. Yeah, no, it's pretty bad.
So Victor, very good shape here and should bear off pretty aggressively.
Yeah, of course. Now, what is Kathy's strategy here? Okay, well, double sixes can just run.
I think she should get out. Well, she has to get out with at least one.
I was going to say before the double
sixes. Get out with all of them.
I was going to say Kathy should probably get her other 2 checkers inside the home board so that she wouldn't get pointed on and attacked.
Yeah, but the contact just isn't worth it. Like, first of all, Victor's not going to leave a shot for a while.
Yeah.
And even if she ever gets it.
Like here in that position, if the ace point were already covered, then it would be a slam dunk play to just hit loose 6-3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are exactly the type of games that Kathy doesn't want Victor to play because, there's still gammons here.
Yeah. So here I would definitely switch with at least 2 and then just take one off. He just has to play a little safer. Makes sense too.
He saw that Kathy
did rebuild the 4-point board, so
yeah,
makes sense. Oh, that is
now you might rip everything up. Let's see, what is it? 3-1 or 2-1? 2-1. Okay.
I think the gammon race is actually getting a little closer. I think you could have gotten away with just taking 3 off there, right?
Yeah, if it was double ones, I think I agree with that. And this is a huge roll for Victor. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, but the thing is, Kathy's probably favored to save this gammon because Victor didn't take 3 off before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she should be a small favorite to save it.
And now she's gin.
Ready to roll
So
on.
Victor gets to go up 3-0.
Maybe she wants that extra PR decision.
Yeah. Very, very important in a UBC match to get that decision count up. Still early days, but Kathy should probably be aggressive with a cube if she sniffs any gammons.
Five, three.
This is a good start.
You absolutely cannot miss that outfield hit. Be unsavory. 2-6. So yeah, this backchecker constellation with the bar point slotted and the guy on the 23 and the 21. It's a little bit awkward.
Interesting choice with that 6-2.
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned. I mean, it was either that play or coming down, slotting the bar. But you already unstacked the mid a little bit, so maybe that play was fine. Just looked a little bit weird.
6-2 is the number of this match now appears. 1-4, he will gladly hit to catch up in the race. Not worried about breaking the anchor when Kathy doesn't have a board.
I would just come out with the backmost guy. Actually, you can just come down too. You have 5 guys on the mid, right? You can just come down.
Oh no, it's a 1-4. So he has
a 1. Oh, it was 1-4. I thought it was a 1-5 again. Okay, yeah. This was forced then. 3-4 strikes back. 3-6. Good shot as well. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a powerful one. Easy to play.
And Kathy should get her cube hand warmed up.
Okay, 2 guys in, 4 guys back. Kind of like 4 guys back versus 2. Yeah, I think
taking a roll is reasonable, but
yeah, like the score is sure you do want to double a little more aggressively, but it's not as active of a cubing score as like 9 away, 5 away, for example.
And as we said, that was a tremendous sequence.
Okay, so that is Kathy just playing on for the gammon, I suppose.
I'm wondering if she believes it's too good, because it might be.
Oh, that's an illegal play.
Yeah, did he play a...
That was 100% illegal. I mean, I've been mysterying the dice all morning, but I'm pretty sure that was illegal.
Yeah, I thought I saw 1-6 as well. So
yeah, it happens. Not a huge deal. But yeah, I mean, obviously this is just. Oh, okay. Well, now you might have to cash this. I mean, you're putting me at the 5 point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's like 4 guys to bring around the board. You might not make the bar point. You might have to like lift those blots and have slightly buried checkers with only a 4 prime. So yeah, I think it would be a big error not to cube this right away. Yeah.
If she finds the cube.
Some players just want to roll. They want to.
She's having such a good time.
They just love backgammon so much. They just want to roll the dice. Keep rolling, which is fair enough.
Let the other guy feel what it's like to be on the losing end. But this is the danger.
Yeah, maybe she just wants to torture her opponent in this position. Well, there's a good chance Victor can get out of this, though. Just another 6-2. Now he needs another one of those 1-6. Someone in the chat says, can you guys commentate Roberto game since this one hasn't started? It's been on for a while.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Leah's referring to. You see, before it was a big double drop, and now all of a sudden Victor is almost a favorite. Just about.
That's how fast things can turn around.
Yeah. Okay, I like making this point.
Yeah, certainly the first two aces are that, and then you have to ask what the second two aces are.
Yeah. This just smoothens out the distribution a bit with 13-8. Oh, again, it's the wrong player. Maybe the fact that they're bearing off on the left from our point of view is confusing me. Okay, 5-2 is nice. That puts a spare where on the 6 point where it belongs. You can also make this point. Honestly, I would not do that.
Yeah,
I would not do that. I want future flexibility. I want to unstack the mid.
It's strict.
3 points not. You can always make a 3 point whenever you want. Like,
yeah,
more important to bring guys in. Yeah, because he's a very good play.
Behind the anchor are less valuable. So
yeah, I think it would have been a mistake not to make that play.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 3-1. Well, I suppose it makes sense to just do this in slot, right?
Yeah. The ace would be my first play. Getting that builder in action and think about the 3.
So even though you want the contact on the 24 pointer, Kathy's going to look to step up with the goalkeeper because you need playability. You don't really have many checkers to move around. The key point here is the 16 point. 16 point has the most amount of contact. So you're fine with just bringing all the guys to the 16 point if you could. Just play a holding game from there. Yeah, this 4-2, it might be right to come out to the bar, to be honest. Like just come out for max contact and playability later. But it's a very hard move to make when you can just make the 5 point board. I think this is fine for now. Yeah, fives play fine, right? It's just fours. Fours are really bad. Next roll. But 5s and 6s play fine.
6-2, just bringing it in.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so an ideal roll for Kathy is something like a 6-2 to just come out. 6-3 is also good. Just come out. Don't worry about those shots. You'll just come right back in. Yeah. I think I would just keep going. I would not make the second anchor. It's kind of, it's not like it's risky. It's just a little bit awkward having these two anchors close by. I'll give some pointing rolls like 4-1 double fours.
Yeah. Feels like the contact was even a little better with a deeper anchor, but and now this is quite awkward.
Yeah, this was the problem with making that 18 point.
I don't know what I'm doing with this. I really hate breaking my board, but the alternative is playing this. That might still be right, but it's a lot of shots. Victor just a little bit there.
No. I still think that's a little bit much, but yeah, breaking the board looks pretty bad too, huh? You have to play what, like 6-1?
And if this is 2-1, a little. Speaking of awkward,
Yeah, okay. At least this was the benefit of keeping the board is some of these hits are not as good
Right.
as they seem.
There is
So
a play that leaves no shots.
yeah, it's ugly, but it could be correct because if you fan, could put two in the air. I actually think that is correct. I mean, giving 1-5, 3-5, and 4-5 might be a bit too much.
Yeah, that
Six.
is
Okay, how
a
do you play this 1
5-point board
6?
over there.
I think I would just come down from the guy on the 16 point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's me.
Yeah. And next, you're going to want to play with the checker on the opponent's 4 point there. Oh, wow. That is absolutely crushing roll.
That's devastating.
That was definitely the nuts. I mean, double fours, I guess, is a little bit better, but it's close enough.
We're not going to be too picky if we're Victor about our jokers. And now this is a play
Yeah, this is
on.
it. Yeah, and at least until Kathy enters with 1 or 2.
Yep. I always tell people you're not committing for the rest of your life to not play on. You're just committing for one roll.
I would just bring a guy into the to the 6 point. You can also maximize your builders with 8 to 5. That's an interesting play. Could be correct.
The one downside is it does pay off pretty severely to double
Yeah.
twos.
Yeah, typically it's not such a big problem to give like 1 joker out of 36.
Yeah.
And you gain on, but yeah, I mean, this is fine. Okay, so
Now you pretty much have to pay off the double twos unless you're stacking on the 4 point.
you can play 8 to 4 and 13-11 as well. That's another option. Yeah, I think it's pretty close between this and just 13-9 and finding some deuce, like 8 to 4, 6 to 4. This looks a little bit nicer.
Yep.
Okay, so I think you should definitely play a checker to the 9 point at least, and think about 9 to 8. So, do it right away. So is this still too good? I think there's just no bad rolls, right?
Yeah, I think you
Yeah,
have to play
yeah.
on.
I think with all these playing numbers, you should play on. Yeah, it's good. This looks like a pretty straightforward gammon.
Now the question becomes
Your position improved from last roll, so if you didn't cube last roll, you definitely shouldn't cube this. 6-1 just picks and passes for sure.
Yep. Deny the anchor.
Yeah. Three one. How would you play this?
This seems fine. Well, I don't know that I would make that point because you can just play 11-10 and still be pretty flexible.
These technical plays while bearing in are sometimes a little difficult.
Yeah.
Find the most accurate option.
5-3. Looks like you're
Is that
just
a double threes?
Oh, it's double three. Oh, it is double threes. I keep saying. Well, if it's double threes, you should make the 2 point. I mean, that's pretty easy. But it looks like it's 5-3.
Is that a 5-3?
Yeah. So he's played the 5. I think he just pulled a checker off. This leaves some shots next time. This is a lovely shake.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is extremely safe. You know, not as safe as these positions get. Just 6-5.
Commentator's curse. Here we go.
Just no one ever rolls the 6-5. Let's see. Come on, Kathy. There you go. And now let's see if Victor fans.
Ooh, this is interesting for the cube action.
I think Kathy. I don't think she should double yet.
Oh yeah, she has one in the bar still. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, if Victor had fanned, it'd be different. Wow. Victor doesn't care. He's just, I'm still going to win this game.
5-6 again? No.
Ooh. Or 2. Got to come down with the 4. And then maybe 3-1 with the 2. Just to, like, if you are missed, the big doubles don't blot.
It shouldn't matter too much, though, should it?
Well, it doesn't matter until it does. It's one of those things that doesn't show up as much of an equity swing, but it's just because it doesn't come up that much. But I think there's no reason not to play for it. Look at that. Come on, Kathy. And this time, Victor fans, and this is the nice. Love this cube. Only 2 off. Kathy's play. Oh, and Snap takes that. Wow. Kathy's gonna go ahead. Should slot the bar and try to make it. Slot the bar, because you need if you make the bar. Okay, she's preparing to make the bar. She didn't want to pay off to the 1-6. But usually the best way to snuff out resistance, and this is generally when, there's a racing deficit, is to make the bar and snuff out that resistance. But see, now there's a problem. How much contact do you keep versus how many fly shots do you give? I like the ace, but I think maybe I come out with the 6.
Mm-hmm. About to mention with that, with slotting the bar earlier, it's typically more pressing to slot the bar when your opponent holds the cube. Is that correct?
Yeah, because you have to get to the end. You actually have to win the game. All right. Hit loose with everything legal. There you go. Gotta hit that. There you go. We can't let him go.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're looking like we're going to close it out. We do. Well done, Kathy.
Go.
And Victor's over there wondering what happened. I was cruising to an easy gammon. So stacking all in the 6 point doesn't look right to me. So I'd look for another play, and this is another play. So this looks all right. Double 3s.
Yeah, just play it safe.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. Keeping the board closed, nice and safe. And wow. All right. Don't roll something like 6-1 here. That's perfect. That's great.
Maybe it was fine with the 2-1 earlier to clear the 6 point, but I'm sure the way Kathy played it was totally fine.
Yeah, I like the way Kathy played it because Victor does still have 2 checkers off, which doesn't seem like a lot, but
Yeah, we've all lost those games, eh? With your opponent just
Yeah.
winning sixes.
it can be hard to measure those small winning chance percentages. Like what does an extra 2% look like?
Yeah.
And Kathy looks like she is Jin now, and back in this match, it was looking looking like a sure 5-0 for Victor. Just that little 6-5, that was the only number.
Yeah.
And then Kathy pounces, gets a cube in. Some question as to whether Victor should have taken that cube.
Yeah. Well, when you can't lose a gammon because you took 2 checkers off, you can definitely take a little bit deeper. But yeah, it was not a cube you'd love to take there. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay. Nice aggressive opening by Kathy with the 2-1.
I always like that play, and then Victor's going to split with the 5-1. Interesting play with the 4.
That's a good shot.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Inconvenient time to fan. This on 5-3, interesting choice. He's going to unstack the 2 heavy points and make the 3.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Second fan. Still nothing quite yet, but
that just shows how strong the 5-point is. Danced twice in the opening, still nowhere near a cube.
Keeps a lot of cubes from flying at you.
Yeah.
That double 6s is very strong. You can just make the ace point. Doing the bar. Now Kathy should definitely avoid fanning. Great shot. That'll keep the cube away for quite a bit longer.
How would he play this? I'm tempted to just come out all the way.
Yeah, he's set up making putting the 2 up, and that's. I don't think I would. I think I would have probably come out as well, but looks like he at least thought about the 5. The 2 was the obvious portion of that.
This one looks pretty easy to play, no? Just lift that blot, yeah.
Yep. And Kathy should consider getting in. And she does. 6 down, and Victor's still got a bit of work to do. You probably want to safe that blot up and then evaluate.
Yeah, agreed.
He did not safe the blot up.
So Victor is at a even away score, a 6 away score, so you can be a little quicker than usual to cube these positions.
Kathy will gladly hit with anything, even if it costs her anchor, but she's not able to do it.
A lot of people there, some people there would have improved the anchor to get more contact value from the 18 point. Why was that incorrect? What do you say?
Yeah, I'm wondering. Well, I mean, I think I still like the comfort of my 20-point anchor actually inside the board, because sometimes these accidents happen, and we were at least at the time still shooting at the 11-point anchor.
Yeah.
Plus, the board's very strong now. Make it after making the 4-point.
aces here. What does this do?
It's going to
Not much.
slide there and maybe just 3-2. That's it. Victor's hesitant to cube with the additional contact. I think if he can somehow make the 3-point cleanly, it's hard to do because you have
Not
two
a
dice.
3-2.
He's considering this. He's some sort of hit and cover play. It's interesting. It does give immediate shots, which could be fatal. But this is the variation he wanted.
Yeah. There was another play there of just making the 4-point, but the downside of that is if you get hit, then you enter a little deeper, which is better for the opponent. Yeah.
And now I was going to say maybe you think about a cube there. But now not only do you think about it, you just pass it after that double twos. So that's certainly a market loss. Kathy's got to be a mile behind in this race, so. And looks like she's passing.
Yeah. Your game, we're at 7 away, 5 away now.
All right, let's see if Kathy can make an anchor, make a point, do something here. 6-1, nice roll. Gets the bar point. Or that's for Victor, sorry. Got the players confused.
All right.
Boxes. This seems reasonable.
I like that play instead of making the ace point.
Yep. They're trying to reset the clock after cocked dice.
Ooh, not so sure about that.
Yeah, they could have anchored with that ace.
Yeah.
And this is a type of position where you might need to do that because Kathy is going to come after him.
It's a very good play by Kathy, hit and split. You're moving with tempo. Yeah.
Great roll right when Victor needs it. Anchoring up. And now Kathy under pressure to do the same. Cock the dice.
That was kind of funny, the way that happened. Double fives.
Double fives. Wow.
So I think she should come out with at least one, at least once.
Yep. Yeah, this is an interesting decision because there are a lot of ideas that look great when you first start playing them, but then you have to play all 4 dice, and they kind of.
I see a very interesting play. What do you think about coming down to the 15-point, bringing one down to the 8-point, and then covering the ace point, just leaving 2 blots in front of that anchor?
I kind of like it. Like the thing is, my instinct, I think, is just as yours. Is like we want to make a big board. I mean, we see a blot on the board, we want to cover it, and then we just challenge him to. All right, you want to hit? I'll get you on the return shots.
Yeah, exactly.
Five, 3.
Yeah, not Victor's best roll, but it'll do for now.
He swaps the 8-point for the 3, and this is a hit for Kathy with this 4-3. Double aces. tremendous shot. He was probably looking at a cube on a fan.
You're dicey.
Oof. Got to play a 6 from here. She lashes out.
It's very committal. She did it very quickly. She's sure of it.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the first plays I saw too, but
yeah, no, I understand. Like that, you start looking at your other 6s and you're like, I don't like any of this. So I'm going to give myself some upside. Of course, now you got this to clean up.
Oh.
Plays the last ace 3-2. Not really a way to duplicate a lot of things. Now, Victor is thinking about a cube, and I don't blame him.
Yep. Kathy's board as it is, it's very tempting, right?
The double hitting numbers are like pretty devastating if Kathy doesn't come back. He's got the security of the 20-point anchor. Kathy's got a blot in her board. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong. Kathy's like, none of that has happened yet. So let's go.
Not quite a double hit, but just hits from that one guy, right?
Yep.
All right. Kathy survives, but at the expense of permanently killing a checker. With a 4-1.
You know, you might just give up the midpoint and make that 4 prime. I know it's
that's exactly what I was looking at, because Kathy's board is still, sure it's a 4-point board, but you got the open 4 and 5 points. It's not really costly to get hit.
And now already
5-3.
Victor running into flexibility problems up front. He's probably going to have to give the mid. He can play it safely by stacking on the 3.
Yeah. But
which could be right, since Kathy has to give something up now.
Oh, actually an ideal role for her.
Wow, just to keep everything and make a 5-point board.
Oh, that's cocked.
Cocked. And a good thing that that was going to leave something. Still has to leave. Oh, if this is 4-3, he might just run from the 20.
I believe it's 4-3. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, 4-3. Oh, does he not?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I know we're all trained to not leave our anchor, but if you're going to do it, this is kind of the time to do it. But Kathy has busted.
Yeah, that 3-2 play was interesting. Would he have just done that? That was maybe. The alternative was to leave a double shot, so.
Yeah, not an easy decision.
That was a 6-4 that's for Kathy.
Probably has to just play with one. I think we can't leave our anchor. Well, maybe we can. No, we can't. It runs right into the 6s of Victor. Might have to just play with one block.
Yeah, reasonable.
And a good shot from Victor. He plays the 5 quickly. Some chance it might be right to spread out. And he's 6'5". Might just go for the outfield control. Might be looking at like those how double fours and double fives play, but one thing to look for in the future is Victor is starting to build a quite impressive stack on his 7-point, which is 3 away from the anchor. All right, he gets to
That's convenient. Yeah. No shots and get to place on 6.
forced to come out with this 4. And then, yeah, it doesn't leave a direct shot, so. Double one.
You just can barely play the last one. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, now with Victor having the 5-point board, this looks pretty hopeless for Kathy now.
Yeah, it's incredible how threatening he's become, and wow, finds the 7. So all of a sudden, a little bit gammonish here for Victor, where it was.
So the play I like there is actually to pay off to the double fours and just clear the bar point. I like that play. The 2-1. Just makes it a lot easier to bring the rest of the guys home later.
And we'll see if Kathy can come in now and make Victor pay for not doing that.
Yeah.
Needs to come in now, though.
Two plays just fine.
Gets to peel the checker off. Very safe. Kathy's in, so she usually avoids getting gammoned here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Just as he said that.
Yeah, I should just stop saying things like that. Things like very safe and usually avoids getting gammoned tends to court disaster.
And now Victor wants something like a double ones to then take off. 3-2, yeah.
Yeah, you go aggressively for the gammon here.
Yeah, hit the clock, Victor. Come on.
But I like that there are two positive things. One, that's his first instinct. We like that. And two, he's thinking. We like that. So he's trying to weigh how likely his gammon is with the safe play versus the bold play. Goes with the safe play.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's not even that bold. I mean, it's just 4-1, 5-1, 6-1 leaves a shot, and then she has to hit after that. So, yeah, this could be a costly mistake. Let's see what happens here.
You will see. Let's see if Kathy can make him pay.
Okay.
Usually off in 2 rolls. Ooh,
4-1, one is terrible. Yeah, Victor's a huge favorite now.
It doesn't even get double fives here.
There you go. That's it.
All right. So Victor gave that cube with the hope of winning a gammon, and eventually he did get one, but first had to go through some pretty scary positions in between. Gets
You did
the
the very hard way. Yeah.
Crawford 7 away. The match equity tables say that Kathy has a shade over 9% to win from here. First thing you want to do is win this game, though.
Do you have any crazy comeback stories from your tournament experience? Coming back from like 7-way or not 9-1 Crawford, stuff like that.
Yeah, I won a match in Texas where I was down like, I don't know, Crawford 9 away or something like that against Matt Cohn-Geyer. That was on the streaming earlier this year. And there were some interesting little back games and things like that. Matt pretty much played perfectly. I did not play perfectly. So it's painful for a player like that to have to watch somebody butcher positions and still win.
Right. Meanwhile, this double fours is fantastic. Hey, this is actually very interesting.
Yeah.
The 9 or to just make the 16 and come out. In DMP, I just want to come out, but at the same time, I don't like having 5 guys on the mid. So maybe this play does win more to just come down.
But another good pause here for Victor thinking about this, because you're right.
I think that's a good play. You want to play to make the 4 prime, and then it'll make it a lot easier to bring everything home afterwards. There you go. That's why you bring it down.
Yep, we're seeing the upside of that play.
So 2-5 must come out. Should not hit, I don't think.
Interesting spot.
Yeah, I think coming out was mandatory just to like make that anchor.
Kathy's plan may be to make the deuce point anchor if we're trying to get into her mind a little bit.
Is that a hit from the 6 point? All right. It's an interesting choice. Or 3, convenient.
Wow. Great rule. Kathy looking for boxes pretty much.
Yeah.
Or this.
Or that. Hey, this could buy her enough time.
Yeah.
Hey, and of course you have to cover. Don't want to get hit.
She's thinking the uber aggressive, making the 4 point and leaving it slotted. I would not come up with this play, but
that's overly creative. Yeah, again, I would not have come up with it either. But hey.
Well, if she rolls like a 6-3.
Oh, close.
Oh, oh man.
I think here you have to. I still. Maybe you're on a time.
Yeah.
Maybe you do this. I like this play. Just say screw it. Let's just come out double
fives.
If you just
roll double five, that's mean.
Yeah.
Double fives. Come on now.
Hey, there is still the 1-6 here to survive. No.
Yep.
Yeah. What is this? 5-2. Yeah, at this point, you just want to bring him in, right? You could have cleared the backmost point as well. I'm sure. Not much of a difference.
Um,
Yeah, no, there's not too much to discuss
Yeah.
here. Just have to wait. Kathy's just waiting for a shot later on.
Victor's not really going to want to make the bar point. If he happens to make it, he won't want it for very long. He's debating if this is a 3-1, he's
Yeah.
debating whether to
Usually
hit
in these
another checker.
situations, yeah, it's usually optional whether you want to hit it or not. You're not going to lose much equity at all, one way or the other. He decides not to hit with two guys already on the bar. That makes sense.
Keeps rolling in that ace. Okay. Clears without hitting and just wants to bring the spares to good points. Kathy gets in with one.
Yeah.
And it, we might look like we're rooting against Victor at this point, but
Yeah. Nice
he's
play by
rooting for
Victor.
more backgammon.
Nice play with that 6-4 there. Instead of taking one off, he decides to smoothen out his distribution. I like it.
We always looking for long-term safety against the ace point games, where we might be not be looking for long-term safety.
Yeah, I would just play 8-6. A little 6-5. Okay.
Gets to clear the 6.
Yeah. Comes out all the way.
3s could become a problem for Victor in the future. Double 4s just clears the 4.
Actually, not too bad of a roll, even though it does leave a gap. Yeah, plenty of flexibility there.
Some aces would be shot leaving numbers, but
Yeah, that is true.
you're almost always going to have some awkwardness against the ace point game, but then they have to hit you if you do leave a shot.
Oh, wow. That is fantastic.
Interesting.
Was that the right way to play the aces, though? There was another play.
I'm not sure.
There was another play that looked very appealing.
You could have put 2 on the 3-point.
Yeah. Okay, well, didn't really matter.
Okay, if you roll this, then it looks like a great way to play them.
So Kathy is probably going to want to look to get off two guys. Oh, she doesn't. Yeah.
All right.
Best chance for Kathy there was for Victor rolling an ace there and having an odd number, but now with an even number, quite difficult.
She's rooting for him to roll an ace right now.
There you go.
There you go. Now she does not want to roll an ace. She needs to get 2 checkers off the ace point.
Oh. Yeah.
Come on now. That isn't right. Not Kathy's fault. It's just not right for the dice to not give her like a 2-3 or something like that.
Yeah.
We weren't asking for much. She's gonna stay. Probably should just stay with the guard against double aces. And there it goes. Congratulations, Victor de Oliveira, winning the intermediate final. And a great run for Kathy Van Alstyne. Both these players had to beat a lot of players to get to this point, and they both should consider it a successful weekend. For Victor, we might be saying welcome to the Open Division. I don't know what the rules are, but sometimes you get bumped up if you win the intermediate.
Yes, I noticed his level of play was quite decent there.
And
intermediate section.
We will find out shortly. Shortly, we'll have more backgammon coming up.
Yes.
And if you have not done so, be sure to like and subscribe. Allows the USBGF to bring more of this action to you, and it brings more of the action to players who might be interested. And let's see what else is happening around the tournament. So coming up shortly, or I don't know, I don't want to give a time frame, but the final of the Open Division will be between Gary Kushelny and Gary Callows. Battle of the Garys. One is American, one is Canadian. One spells his name with 2 R's, the other only with 1. So that will be an exciting match between 2 veteran players. And in the consolation, try to bring that up shortly here. Consolation of the Open Division right now. The progress is, well, we've got John Quinn is playing Frank Raposa in one semifinal. And the other semifinal, Steve Sachs is waiting on the winner of Julius High and David Kettler. And I'm wondering if that could be a possibility for a matchup. You know, those consolation matches in the Open be a possibility for a matchup on this stream. Just going to take a peek at stream 1.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Stream 1, they are currently having the main event final between Gary Kushelny and Gary Callows. Looks like we've got a 5-4 lead to 11 for Gary Kushelny. But Gary Callows appears to be playing for a potential gammon, although it's not terribly likely at the moment. But at the very least, it looks like he's favored to tie this up, although he has just left a shot. And let's see if the American can hit him. He cannot. It's looking increasingly like this is just going to be a single point game unless Gary can come up with like double sixes right now. Yeah, Gary needs 6 crossovers, and they're not always easy to get in pairs. And Gary Kushelny needs to get 3 crossovers to save the gammon. And it is over, so Gary Callos has just tied it up. It is 5-5 in a match to 11, so that's exciting. That is on stream 1 with Frank Talbot and Roberto Litzenberger doing live commentary. So exciting match over there at the moment. We'll bring you some match at some point in the future on this stream. We are still deciding what to do, but you may pop over to stream 1 if you're watching, if you want to see the open final. And I just realized that there's some delay, so I probably should not talk about the contents of stream 1. So spoiler alert. And other action that may be coming up in the future, let's see. The Masters final will occur at some point today between Bill Calton and Matt Reklaitis. So 2 very strong players there. Bill Calton, you hardly see him outside of he's from Michigan, but he doesn't get out to too many tournaments, but he's won the Open Division main event here, and I believe he's won the Chicago Open before. So when he does get out, he tends to do very well. And Matt Reklaitis has won all over the place, and he's out of New England. I believe he's a Boston area player. So that will be a pretty good match to watch whenever we bring that to you on one of these streams. And let's see, the Women's World of Backgammon Fireworks Cup, that just got started today. So those are 7-point matches. And I'm just trying to see how many entrants they've gotten for that. 8, 10. Looks like they had 13 entrants for that. And, you know, there could be some matchups we'd like to see. For instance, right now in the first round, Irina Litzenberger and Marcy Kosser are playing a first-round match. That's between 2 members of the USA World Women's Team. Quite a lot of strong names in there. Some of the side events. Let's see, they have a seniors event named for Emil Mortuk. And currently in that, the finalists are John Vitor and Wendy Kaplan. There's also a junior event named for Prince Barlow. Now, Emil Mortuk was a longtime player who passed away. Prince Barlow, as far as I know, is still alive. He just is sponsoring the event. So I don't want to break any news that that people might. And that one looks like it has already been won. The junior event has been won by David Habib, who has had quite the weekend this weekend. I've seen him get late runs in a few events. The finalist was Victor de Oliveira, who has also had himself quite a weekend, as we just saw him win the intermediate final. So now, traditionally, at many other tournaments, they have the seniors winner play the juniors winner at the end as sort of a battle of the generations. I don't know if they're doing that here or not, but it would be nice. And you might ask, what qualifies you for a seniors event and what qualifies you for the juniors event? And so you might be surprised how old you can be and play in the juniors event. A lot of times the cutoff is 50 years of age at these things, which might surprise you. But hopefully, as we get more players into backgammon, we can lower that juniors age for the threshold a bit. I know that for many years I would go to tournaments and be the youngest player in the room, and that probably kept happening until I was into my 40s. So. Let's see here. Oh, doubles. Doubles is always a fun event. They got 64 teams for the doubles event, which
That's
is
wild.
incredible. And I'm trying to find out the way the BGF has the bracket set up. They only have one representative listed from each of the teams there. So I'm going to try to find out the other member of the teams. And okay, it looks like the finalists, and again, this might be surprising or might not. One finalist team is the team of Tracy Parent and Bill Calton. So again, we see that name, Bill Calton, again. They're playing against the father and son pairing of Mick Zakrychek and Michael Zakrychek. Mick is out of Indiana. Michael is, I believe, either a medical student or a doctor at this point. So he's also a very strong player. Doesn't get out. Michael is a very strong player. Doesn't get out that much. I think I've seen his name at this tournament and in the Cherry Blossom tournament in DC. But very strong player. Won the Masters event a couple of years ago, I believe, in Michigan. So that will be a good event. Already they've accomplished quite a bit by getting to the finals of a 64-team field. There's a limited doubles event for players who are not open players, and looks like that one has already been decided. That got 16 teams, which is still pretty good. It looks like the winner was the team of Ann Major and Anthony Mazurek, and they defeated the team of Michael Giordano and Rhonda Monroe in the finals. So congratulations to them. Let's see the amateur jackpot. So this is for anyone who isn't an elite open player. You can still have open players in this, but for anyone who isn't an elite open player, the finalists in that are Felix Goikman, who I believe is out of New York, and David Smith, who I met for the first time in the St. Louis tournament. He's out of Canada. I believe he's out of Montreal. So that will be a good one and a potential fodder for the stream. Maybe we'll see. In the meantime, Stream 1 is, if you're just joining us, Stream 1 currently has the main event final between Gary Kalos and Gary Koscielny, the Battle of the Garys, one Canadian, one from Florida.
Yeah, it looks like we were just informed that there will be another lengthy wait. Don't know how long till the next one.
And once again, sometimes the source of the wait is, you know, uh, multiple players can be in multiple different events, and so you have to wait
Yeah,
for them to
I can
finish
imagine
one or
that.
the other. And it's not really anyone's fault. It's just that, when you enter these events, like you enter the doubles or you enter, a jackpot or something like that, you have to do that early in the tournament, in this case, maybe Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. And then you don't know how well you're going to do when you enter it. And if you happen to have a great run in multiple events, well, this is where the backlog comes up on the Sunday.
Right.
And
So I had a quick question about the different formats. You mentioned there's the Masters final coming up, right? What's the difference
Yep.
between the Masters section and the Open section?
Okay. So the Masters section, or the Masters jackpot, usually we just call it a jackpot. Those are typically single elimination side events. You'll usually pay significant entry fee money to get into them. So there's pretty much prize money on the line, but they're open to anybody. But you typically get two types of players. One, you get the very strong open players in the Masters event, or two, you'll get somebody who's just taking a shot. Just wants to
They're just
say,
gambling.
"Hey, yeah," like they might not go to too many of these, and they get a chance to play some of the very best players in the world, so they take the chance. But they typically, though, the Masters jackpot is a single elimination side event, whereas, say, the Open main event, in this case, it was a double elimination with a full consolation. You get several lives to do something in the tournament. And the open division will typically be larger than the Masters side events. Like almost everybody in the Masters jackpot will be in the main events. But there will be quite a few open players who won't get into the Masters or any jackpot. So. But yeah, we're gonna get you to come down to the States and play in one of these ABT events at some point. I know that schedules can be somewhat limited in terms of what you're able to do at any one time, but we'll get you down here. And I know that trying to think of I guess you're far enough away from almost everything that it wouldn't matter too much where you went. It would still be a bit of a hike.
Yeah, well, for me, I know I'm very comfortable and I enjoy traveling to new places, so that's no problem for me. But it's just, traveling's just a bit expensive for me at the moment.
Yeah,
Mildly.
oh, I get that.
That I would say is the main barrier for me. That's why I'm trying to organize my own tournaments locally.
And we love that. By the way, it gives me an opportunity to give a shout out or thank you to everyone who's ever organized a tournament or run one of these things. I assure you, it is a labor of love, and people aren't really making any money out of that. They're doing it just because they love the game, and it's a lot of work. So we appreciate that, and you know, you're kind of one of those pioneers, Paris. You know, if you're in a new territory, is it true that you organized the first BMAB tournament in Canada?
Yeah, according to their website, it is the first one.
That's tremendous. That's tremendous.
I definitely want to do another one sometime, maybe later this summer. But I still have to get the first one fully finished in terms of like getting it ranked.
Yeah, the transcription and the
Yeah.
yeah, that's a lot of work involved in that.
Well, the transcription is finished. It's just it just needs to be evaluated.
Okay.
Reviewed. Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I know we had the win loss results of the Players Cup BMAB event in Michigan, which was won by Arena Litzenberger with 5-0 record. So she is unstoppable in those. But I'm wondering if we actually have the PR results for that. I haven't heard anything, but I'm going to see if the website has anything. Let's see. Your title. Let me see if I can pull up the arena. And maybe I can pull up the matches that were done there. Let's see. It looks like, and this shouldn't be surprising to anyone, it looks like Bill Colton had a good day at that BMAB in terms of PR. It looks like he played at a 379. And looks like John O'Hagan was at a 395. So, and Marty Storr was at a 441. Frank Talbot was at a fourth. Frank Talbot, good day, 424. So, pretty good. Look at Melissa Shin. Melissa Shin at 493.
Is that like an average of a few matches, or how many matches is that?
Yeah, I think that was five 9-point matches.
Oh, okay. Yeah, pretty much the same format as I did in my first tournament. We did 9-point matches, a total of 6 or 7 per player.
But now these are sort of these are sort of preliminary. I'm just trying to scrape whatever I can from like the BMAB site has you can pull up a region and a particular calendar day, and you can get a list of players who played that day and the PRs for that day. So I'm just kind of assuming that the names I'm pulling off for Wednesday would be reflecting those, but I haven't seen the official table that they like to put out of all those. So we will see those, but as of right now, that's the information I have. In the meantime, well, I don't want to spoil too much, but the Canadian Gary looks like he's got a lead in the main event final over Florida Gary.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's not much of a Canadian backgammon scene out east. I mean, I know there's a few meetups and a few players, but no, like there aren't many like actual tournaments as far as I'm aware out there. I'm guessing Gary. I'm guessing that Gary is he lives somewhere in the Ontario region.
Yeah, I'm I'm trying to place that. I think I want to say he's in Ontario. There's always the sneaking suspicion that someone's from Montreal, though. Like, but yeah, like I think Canada has had an ABT event in the past, like either in Montreal or Toronto. So I don't know that they've got it this year. I want to say that there used to be one in upstate New York in the Niagara Falls area, which might have served as sort of a kind of a borderline ABT, like where you could get a lot of Canadians that would go to that. But
yeah, I think Stu was saying in chat the other day that there is interest in organizing some more ABT events in Canada, or maybe the first one if there hasn't been one yet.
Yeah, but it does sound like there's
kind of. I have no idea what would need to be required to organize one.
It would feel a little awkward to, like I guess if we change ABT from American Backgammon Tour to just one of those initialisms that doesn't actually mean anything anymore, or North America. Yeah, North America would work. Because
I think Western Canada would be a great place to host one because we just have a ton of strong players in both in Alberta and in British Columbia. Quite a handful.
This is the exciting thing right now: is you're getting more and more players in the game where you can do more things like this. Just a couple of little anecdotes about that. In St. Louis, we now currently have kind of two weekly meetings. There's a Sunday normal club meeting where you have your little 7-point match tournament, things like that, and then there's a sort of more social meetup down in the Central West End on Wednesday nights. And there's some talk, there's been some interest of getting a third one in another part of town set up. And this is the kind of thing that would have been unheard of a few years ago. You barely have enough interest for one meeting a week, and now you got two and might get three. And sort of on the ABT itself, that there's some desire to space out these ABT events so that there's at least 2 weeks between each event. Well, we're starting to get enough people who want to do their own event that's starting to become an impossibility, where you can't have that spacing if you want to still, you know, call it an ABT event. So, like for instance, in September, there's going to be 3 events in that month alone. They've got um, the event in Minneapolis, the Twin Cities area, at the start of the month around Labor Day, and then right after that, there's a New Orleans event, which is very popular, and then there's a new Nashville event at the end of September. Um, and so it's getting harder to, there's more events than the ABT feels comfortable spacing 2 weeks apart. So ultimately, that's a good problem to have, and and it does sound like you've mentioned Western Canada seems to have enough interest to put something together, and that's all great for the game. So.
Somebody was just telling me that while the stream is somewhat inactive, we should just have some sort of banner on the stream saying we're going to be back. Kind of like the stream in over in Sweden. They have that graphic in between matches.
We could try to create some controversy like they had in Sweden. We could accuse
Controversy.
Well, they apparently like there were a couple of players who were playing. One of them was Oliver Squire, and I think the other one was Radu, but don't quote me on that.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Where Oliver wanted to replace Radu's cup because it didn't have a lip or the.
I think he was frustrated that he was losing the match. And that's what.
Yeah.
I just think that was just a strange interaction from both players. I feel like people in the Facebook chat said they were in the Facebook thread were saying that they're both friends and it was just banter, but it didn't look like it to me.
Yeah, that looks. I'll put it this way. I can understand why Radu was annoyed, but the reaction that he had was unacceptable. It's
yeah, for sure.
Sir, but this is sort of a cautionary tale for everybody who goes to a tournament, especially first-time players. If there's ever a dispute with you and your opponent, don't do too much to settle it yourselves. Just go to a director. Just get the director involved, and that because it seems like players are not trained in de-escalation. Whereas directors have a very big incentive to de-escalate. So, regardless of that, but then, abusive language is just something we want to get out of our game too. So I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see anything like some poker arguments. A lot of controversy from those.
They do go viral. They get those likes and those clicks, but yeah, it's not. I think that's ultimately not good for the game. In the meantime, we are at DMP in the main event final between the two Garys. So,
yeah.
Exciting times. Looks like an early advantage for Mr. Callows. The Phil Simborg joke here would be like, I bet Gary wins, you know,
Hmm.
but yeah, if we want interesting backgammon in that Stream 1 match, we're rooting for Koscielny to get a second anchor. He hasn't done it. Not yet, anyway. Still has another opportunity. Oh boy, if Harry can just get this, Koscielny can get the second anchor. He does. We might have an interesting game here. 2-5 setup and Kalos. Oh, a little controversy now. The clock has been bumped and it has been reset to where they both have 22 minutes. I don't think they were in any danger of running out of time, but still, that's not a thing that should happen. This should probably be a director call. I don't think the players have noticed. Now, let's see. Get a lot of glare on the dice, so I can only see the deuce. Two, four, maybe? Or is it double twos? 2-4, probably. Double threes. Now, Mr. Koscielny would like to build his board. He's first going to get spare from his 23 to his 20, and then going to slot 5. Those are 2 of them. He slots from 13 to 7 with the last one. So just trying to get anything together. Double fours for Gary Callos. Gets to make his 3-point, and he brings guys in safely. And now Koscielny with the 6-3. Okay, makes the 4-point, has the 5-point slotted. Boxes for Gary Callos, so he clears the 7, but does stack 4 checkers on the ace. Gary would have loved to lead the 5-point, but can't do it with this 5-2. He's gonna further prepare for it. Oh boy. Double fours clears the 8 and takes 2 off, so that's working out well for Mr. Callos. Still can't make the 5-point. Gary Koscielny cannot, and 4-2 heals a checker from the 6-point. Finally, Mr. Koscielny gets his 5-point. Let's see, Callos would love to clear the 6 here. It's double aces. He's going to rip 4 checkers off. Or at least that's what he's got set up. I think he's going to rip off 3 and decide on the last one whether to play 4 to 3 or just rip it off. I think I'm just ripping it off. Gary's trying to go through the numbers and how they play next time. He decides to not rip it off. Play 4 to 3. Koscielny deciding how to set up his front position. 6-5 is a beautiful roll for Kalos. Clears the 6, just has to clear against the deuce point now. Well distributed to do that. And Gary Koscielny trying to prepare for a last-minute shot. Makes the 8-point, slots the 3. 4-3 for Gary Kalos. Clears the 4-point, 1 point left to clear.
Yeah, almost a gin position.
One little bit of drama here now. Got odd on the top point. Double 5s, what a way to end it. Never leaving a shot. Wow. Gary Kalos, Michigan Summer Championship winner.
Yeah.
Score one up for Team Canada. We will. All right. We're still here on stream 2. Match to be determined.
Hey, folks. Geez, sorry. I'm helping American
Right.
So if there's anybody that would like to register with you with me, I'm gonna be over here at the computer. If I can get a show of hands for anybody that would like to register, just so I can, let's see, Mrs. Bagley? Okay, thank you.
have any big sharpies anymore. And I'll just clear this thing.
You had that yesterday, by the way, on a match. The players were reversed. The names on the stream. I know the one that was reversed. Dima, the Richard Muniz match that was after mine when I was streamed, you had the names wrong on Richard Muniz.
Let me know when you get those the other matches done.
Oh, oh. Oh, I didn't stay. Scooby didn't commentary. It was on my match with what's his name? Oh, hi. You got my number?
Yeah, I got all that. I left it.
Well,
If there's anything that doesn't make sense,
On my phone.
so when you need to go, yo, hey, when do I see you next? He said, what time are you flying? Good luck. Cheers. My flight was canceled. Oh my God. Weather. Yeah. We're sorry to let you know. Fuck you. Hold on. My flight was just canceled.
Just caught up in some of the chat. They're on a delay, of course, but
Flight was just canceled. You get a 3:35. Hey Steve, they canceled my flight. There's a 3:35. So where are you now? Otherwise, I'll just Uber. I got to track that down. Yeah, that won't work. I've got to leave. I got to call you. Oh, if I don't get that, I'll call you. I'm gonna comment that.
I was behind the 5 prime and I needed a 6 to Canada.
One time you did. Double 60.
No.
That early double, yeah, double 6. You did. And you ended up double around.
Yeah, I saw that and I didn't like it because I put 2 in the air at Novi.
Yeah.
I still put 2 in the air. I thought at that point the camera was out. But this is my first when I've done 5 nothing. And I was behind the 5 prime on the base and I got a plot on his scarf there. He had a couple more plots outside and he was on the roof. So I put him at 5. And I hit spares on the 5. And 4, so it goes smaller than 6 without breaking. So I knew I'd have 3 chances for the 6. So I rolled a 6 on my second roll afterwards.
Well, what's that's the same. I mean, I bet it's the same.
And after that, I just cleaned up a bunch of plots.
I will.
Yeah. And that slipped away. I did that.
You want to hire a
Yeah, no doubt.
It's funny.
Soon my name is
Who
going to
put
be
the
in bold.
first win in Ohio for the first win? That's like good. You don't say that. That's the first win. Some people can say that. A guy like Sachs can say that. For me, it's a big deal. I did. Oh yeah. Thank you. What'd you win? Doubles. You won the double? Nice.
I know I have one at home. Sam, I have an all from Cherry Blossom.
Nice. Who you playing doubles with?
Sam, we met at Cherry Blossom. We played each other at Cherry Blossom community, and we hooked up. So we said, let's play here. No, it's exactly.
Congratulations, man.
It's the exact same trophy, and it's got different yeah, different.
Hmm. Just noticed there's some more people in the chat now.
Yeah,
I don't know if you took a look at that.
they appear to be. I don't know how long the delay is, but they're still talking about the Swedish Open incident with Oliver and Raju over the dice cup and the flipping out. Yeah, I I just generally don't like abusive language. In those in those spots. I think whatever you think about the comment before then, like, yeah, the abusive language is not should not be tolerated. I mean, I don't know. We're
Yeah, I mean, I've already given my take on that incident. It's not,
yeah, no,
I just think it's being blown out of proportion.
but we're getting decent discussion of that. So that's, and this is, in a way, this is sort of a this is sort of we're sort of trying to work out like rules and codes of conduct. I mean, we've got some written standards now, of course, but there's still some things that need to be worked out. And a lot of people don't know the rules. They don't know the standards of equipment and what can you require your opponents to do and what can you just suggest or like and generally cups need to have a lip on them. I, I believe you can require your opponent to use a cup with a lip.
Yeah, I have no idea how much the triplet actually affects the dice rolls. Probably not very much at all.
Apparently, back in the day, mechanics had some pretty impressive skills with what they could do with dice, and even some of the old school baffle boxes that didn't work. I've heard stories of people say, "Hey, just tell me what you want the dice to say, and I'll make it go through the baffle box and get that outcome for you." Now things were, I think there were fewer baffles in those baffle boxes and things like that. But there was apparently back in the day there was real money on the line and real unsavory people who were out to get that money. So, and I don't think they had precision dice either. That's another thing too. There's some pretty wild stories out there from again, this is way before my time. There's one story about a guy causing a fire in his hotel room because the electronics in his board that ran the electromagnets, there was a short circuit and burst into flames or something like that. So, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they aren't after you. Mostly that has been out of the game since I've been in the game, which is early 2000s. There was one incident in Madison where the director there was Jack Edelson, and he was just it was like Saturday night of the tournament. Some people have been knocked out, so there's a little more space, and he's walking through, and sometimes you do things like fiddle with dice and checkers that are just randomly out there. He was talking to somebody, picked up a couple of dice, and the dice snapped together. And that is not a thing that should happen. And so now the person who owned the board was not presently in the room when that happened, but there was kind of, we're a small community. We find out whose board that is and whose dice. And, well, the person who owned that particular board and dice, I believe it was an intermediate player, but kind of a veteran intermediate player, if you know what I mean. And, yeah, they haven't been seen since at an ABT event. So.
Somebody's wondering who's playing the next match. We don't know yet. It's not informed.
Yep. We
This whole notion of people cheating backgammon is just kind of wild to me. I don't really see how people are supposed to cheat in this game. But I am new, so there's stories I don't know about.
Yeah, it's good that it's not like it's good that it's shocking when it happens, like because
especially compared to chess, right?
Yeah.
In chess, it's like no surprise when you see a cheating scandal on the internet.
Well, I mean, in chess, the incentive to cheat with the bots is just so tremendous because, like, it really does. Each move really does matter so much.
Yeah, it makes you pretty much invincible.
Whereas backgammon, I mean, it's still very bad, but like people beat XG all the time, so it's not like it's gonna. It's not like it's instant death if you're playing against the bot, but so that's why. I mean, I guess with that Gammon Snap program that's on people's phones, it's good to nip that in the bud. But somebody is playing.
We're more so talking about like cheating backgammon as in like dice manipulation, which just seems like it seems pretty difficult to do, at least compared to cheating with cards in poker, right? Cheating, like manipulating card shuffles is a lot easier. It seems
Yeah,
way easier.
it all seems very hard to me. uh, but yeah, like one.
Like I understand like being like everyone needing to have a proper cup and not like just using your hands, right? Like either a cup or a baffle box. That's fair, but I don't know. I've never heard of this notion of illegal cups people are talking about.
Yeah, it's just wanting to get a fair shake because apparently, if you people have the ability to just slide things out of the cup without having the dice tumble. Apparently, because if you let me call one die on one roll a game, it's going to be hard to beat me. I get to hit the most critical shots and things like that. I heard another story where somebody would switch out the dice and like the dice would have no twos on it. It would be just two fives on it. And so, bear off, that would be obviously advantageous. Now, that was back in the day when they used four dice. So each person had their own pair.
Yeah, now it's more common for tournament matches to use the same pair of dice, right?
Yeah, which is a good development. It's a good development.
I'm a fan of that. I think it's just simpler as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, gosh, another. Now this isn't about cheating, but the use of clocks. Back when clocks were first introduced, like they were the old analog clocks that had no delay. So they would say okay, you got 60 minutes to complete your match, or if it was like a 7-point match or something. I don't know what the standards were, but the first club I went to in Atlanta, they used these old clocks, these 9-point matches, and it was like just a legitimate strategy. If you got up on time to manipulate the game and go into a massive back game, because if you were up on time, there's no way that your opponent could actually win the match without running out of time first. The mechanics of just picking up the dice, shaking and rolling, there'd be no way to complete. And I'm so glad that changed because that was I wasn't a fast player at the beginning of my life in the first place, and that was really I loved the game so much that didn't cause me to leave the game, but it it would have if I didn't like the game any more than I did.
And how long have you been playing for, Gary?
I first learned the rules back in college in the late 20th century, but I first sought out my, live players over the board back in Atlanta in around 2003, I would imagine. So, yeah, it's over 20 years now. Over 20 years, which is why it's so impressive to me that you are where you are after only a year tops. So,
yeah, I've talked about it before. It's largely due to my background in other board games. I just kind of, when I play a lot, I just kind of gather the knowledge pretty quickly, I learned pretty much everything there is to learn about the game in a short period of time.
It's great. It's one of those things where the resources really are out there now. for
Oh yeah,
like,
there's so
someone
many
who's
resources I'm really thankful for.
Um, I guess that's kind of true of the internet in general. I would say that like
Yeah.
um, you know the people who are dedicated to learning whatever skills they want are going to be going to learn it faster and better than we could in the old days. But the downside is that a lot of us are not going to be so dedicated because it's, we get lazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chat has moved on to talking a little bit about the one dice and the clock. And yeah, that it's pretty much perfect, like for um, uh, yeah, the four dice method. Even when people were playing in good faith, how many times have you misread the dice and you know
Yeah.
and you signal your turn is over by picking up the dice, and it's like, oh wait, I thought that was a 5-2 and not a 5-3, and now all the evidence is gone, and it's just uh, leaving the dice there is pretty much the ideal solution. Surprised it took us so long to come up with it. Yeah, you definitely see Melissa Shin is in the comments talking about the fast rolling rules, and definitely should definitely don't want to be fast rolling, because if somebody does enforce that, they can
Yeah. What are your thoughts on touch move, by the way, in backgammon? Now that we're on the discussion of
yeah,
rules.
that's a good question. I think it'll never happen.
Yeah, just for legacy reasons.
Yeah, I I know that there was an experiment or a side event in Minnesota where they ran a touch move. I didn't hear how that turned out. Um, it does. I think I would adapt to it pretty well, because I think I manipulate checkers, or not manipulate, but I don't set up plays that often before I make one. I usually do that thinking over the board. So for me, I'd be fine with it. It might it might be worth it to do, because there are, again, whether in good faith or in bad faith, there are a lot of problems where people forget where they put the checkers.
Exactly. Yeah. Like both, not only one player, but both players don't remember.
Yeah. So
That's one good argument for it.
I mean, my my solution to that whole thing is even more radical, and that is, yeah, we'll have live tournaments, but we'll play all our matches on computers, so that
So
illegal.
there's no dice scandals
Yeah,
either. The dice are all fair.
yeah, yeah. There's no illegal plays. There's no, you can shift the checkers all you want, and if you want to look at another play, you just hit the undo button, and it all goes back. Um, and it has the benefit of instantly having a match record, so things are recorded and evaluated right away for people who are interested in that. I think you can have shorter time controls, because the mechanics of rolling the dice, or just a click of a
Yeah.
button.
That's a good
And with a
point.
shorter time control, you can have longer matches, or you can have more events. Longer events in terms of number of matches. This is all a thing you can do, but you can still have everybody present in the same room. And I'm not talking about online events, which you could still have, obviously. But I'm thinking more of an esports model where you get hundreds or even thousands of people gathered, or an event. We're talking about growing the game in the future. I think this is kind of
Yeah. So that actually has been done. I think there was some sort of like Russian show recently where Mochi played some Russian player who plays around like 6 PR level, and he was playing on some sort of like big monitor, like esports style.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of similar events in chess as well, where top players just play in the same room on computers. Yeah, I think it's a fun format.
But I am currently badly outvoted on something like this. I should tell you about that. There were, and there. I understand people like the feel of rolling the dice and moving the checkers and things like that. So I'm not insensitive to those concerns, but I'm just advocating for another solution to problems that people complain about all the time.
Hmm. So I take it you play, you enjoy playing online backgammon?
Ironically, I enjoy it less than I used to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. I I think the experience of actually having other people in the room playing is something that I used to not care much about, but now I guess I care more about it.
Mhm.
Because the other, I would say the competitive, the thing that would be the rival in terms of online play for me is I could just fire up XG every time I want and pretty much be playing against the best player in the world, and I do that a lot. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me, the main issue with online backgammon is I just feel like the majority of the time when I try to sit down and play a practice match against someone, it doesn't feel like a serious game. Partly because not only the competition level, in my experience, but also there's a lot of people just kind of like, in chess we call them wood pushers, where they just like move the pieces around without really thinking much. They just kind of like play fast. I just get that experience a lot. It just doesn't feel like a serious game. I don't know how else to describe it.
no, I think definitely when I'm playing online, I'm less patient, and so like if I'm ever playing a game on Galaxy, for instance, I'm never using a time control slower than speed, right?
Yeah.
Like,
No, that's understandable. Yeah.
I already think it's pretty generous time control anyway, uh, for an online match. But yeah, you know the strength might not be there for that.
Mhm.
So that's why I do play against XG a whole lot, and I try to take those matches
Yeah.
pretty seriously. I've got the pip count off, and I try to treat it as actual training for a live match. But I still feel like I used to think I played better on a computer than I did live. I think that's reversed now because I still think I play too fast even when I'm playing against XG. Uh, so the mechanics of shaking and rolling and moving the checkers, I think it also slows down, your it makes you take more stock of the position just because you're taking more time. So
Yeah, see, I'm the exact opposite, right? Like I'm a very deliberate and slower player than most. I just like take my time on all sorts of decisions, even if they're minor. I take a little more time than I should probably, but yeah, that's how I approach all these strategy games. You know, I just try to find the best play all the time, no matter what it is.
yeah, that's why you see a lot of successful transitions from chess to backgammon because
Yeah.
I
I'm known for being so slow in chess that like in the middle of a game I'll just like fall asleep. Not even kidding. I'll take a nap right there at the board, and my opponents will just be sitting there while my clock runs. But you know, there's this culture in backgammon that I've noticed, especially online, where people often get annoyed at me for playing slowly. Like they'll type in chat and they'll like sometimes, you know, mildly abuse me verbally for just taking my time on a cube decision that's difficult or something like that. You never see that in chess. In chess, if your opponent's taking a while, it's just a completely normal thing. And in fact, chess players actually like it when their opponents play slowly because then their clock runs down and they're going to have no time when, you know, there's going to be a time scramble at the end of the game. But in backgammon, people are just so impatient. It's kind of strange, at least strange to me.
It's just definitely an online thing, and definitely I would say a lower level online play. I think a good player, like a good player will recognize when there's a decision to be made. And
yeah, I got it. That's why I put up with it, just because I know that okay, it's not really probably not a serious player. But yeah.
In fact, that's usually like if I need to do a spot evaluation as like how good is this player, I just kind of look at when they pause to make decisions. I almost don't care quite as much that they, you know, whether they make the right decision in those spots. But just recognizing that there was a decision to be made. It's like, okay, you're pausing in the right spot. So that means, you know, that means you're a thinking player. And even if you get some of those decisions wrong, it's like you're someone that can be trained and get better. Oh, we have new names on the board.
So they're not sure who's playing. It's John Quinn or Frank. It's funny.
So we got new names, but it's still going to be a while because we don't know who the other name is. The good news is Steve Sachs ensures you're going to have a world class player. I'm not familiar with John Quinn, but Frank Raposa is a really strong player too, who has won this event before. But that's going to be our consolation final. So this is going to be a banger of a match when it is ready for us. Frank Raposa, another one of those players that I assume has a day job and doesn't get out to that many tournaments. He's DC area. So you see him at Cherry Blossom, you'll see him at the Michigan tournament, and don't see him that many other places. But he's a very, very successful player, strong money player too. So. And if we don't see him, then we'll see somebody who beat him. In fact, I'm wondering.
So I'm trying to get a hold of Dimitri or Stu.
Yeah, trying to get an ETA.
Not that I might be heading out. I already did 2 matches this morning, and I just have somewhere to be soon.
Well, that's disappointing, Paris. I mean, after all, we're paying you all this money. No. No.
Yeah, I mean, normally I would be down to just like do this all day because I love commentating on backgammon, but
yeah, you've done a great job so far. You did a great job last night. So, but eventually life intervenes.
yeah,
Completely understandable.
it's always nice to have a knowledgeable partner as well for the commentary.
Well, I appreciate that.
What's happening? Are you missing a pole or something? Huh? Yes, I am.
Yeah, comments are mentioned in regard to the abuse or the impatience online. They said it. I think impatience is also an intimidation technique to get you to mess up. I think there's a bit of that too. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm so bad at keeping up with chat on these things.
Mm-hmm.
I am not a multitasker by any means of the stretch of the imagination.
Much easier if you have a second monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get tunnel vision on one thing and I just do that. And meanwhile, everything else is neglected. So it's like, oh,
Yeah.
sorry guys. Okay, Melissa is reporting that it looks like John Quinn won. And if our track reporter Melissa Shin is correct, then we will have that Steve Sachs John Quinn consolation final shortly. And yeah, they don't have not streaming anything on Stream One at the moment either. So, oh, it looks like they're getting set up for the Masters final will be on Stream One between Bill Carlton and Matt Michaelitis shortly. So we're gonna have 2 great matches on our streams. Get a look at Dimitri.
Hey, Gary, do you want to check out the Zoom chat for a sec?
Yep.
gonna be there.
Over here?
Yes. I don't remember. You can look at the screen and tell me.
I'm blue, got my blue.
Go get him, Matt.
Let's see, match length for the Constellation. Well, I know that up till the final, the Constellation uh, up till the Constellation final, they were 9 point matches. Uh, in some tournaments, they'll bump that up to 11, but right now the scoreboard is still set for 9. And we'll see whether they when they change the when they set up the clock, whether they have it for 18 minutes or they change it to 22. And Paris is and it looks like we are. Oop. Looks like Paris is has to go. So right now it's just me. I'm currently broken up into 2 slices on your screen. Our technical staff will fix that momentarily. Thomas Henderson maybe moving in near Paris. I'm sure Paris would welcome. He's trying to build a community of backgammon players up where he is. There's just not a whole lot of people, so that'll be a welcome sight. Let's see. If I remember the setup from past years for the Michigan championships up in Novi, there is sort of a separate streaming room from the main hall, but there can be several other tables in the room that are not on stream. It's sort of like the quiet room that people sneak off to get some of their matches played. So But doesn't look like there are that many people around in there at the moment. Sundays are kind of always a little bit of a quieter day at these ABT events because a lot of people are knocked out of the main events. There's a few stragglers left or are generally in the finals of the big events. Some people will get into some side events that are going on. Right now, there's uh, the Women's World of Backgammon event that started basically at noon today, or maybe a little before that. Um, that that's around. There's usually a jackpot that opens up at one of these. There's an after tournament that'll happen later in the evening. But it's sort of a subdued day for most people. A lot of their dreams have been crushed, and they may just want to watch some of the action for the people who've made the finals of the big events. But some people are also trying to get a plane out of town as well. Over on stream one, it looks like they're getting ready for Bill Calton and Matt Recklitis in the Masters final, and looks like Frank Talbot and Carter Mattig are going to do commentary on that. So that will be interesting. So Thomas Henderson in the chat has mentioned Edmonton was on Highway 16, Yellowhead from Prince Rupert, British Columbia to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and Alta has homes near Edmonton, still under $100,000. Wow. Cost of living is always a hot topic these days. So a home under 100K sounds pretty nice right about now. And look into the room and see if we have anybody joining anytime soon. In stream one, they have the Chiron underneath Carter Mattig says unbiased commentator. Hey, I don't know if I would call Carter unbiased, but I will say that he will be equally honest and brutal with everyone. So if you want to call that unbiased, that's fine. Um, Unbiased here does not necessarily mean uncolorful. But I've got a screen with that Master Finals on, but I've got the sound muted, so I'm not distracted from my own duties too much here. Somehow I knew that Alberta was Alta, and I just did not process it. I that was that was a little. My brain did that thing where it didn't function right. I think my brain, for some reason, hooked on to Alta, Utah, because I'm a crossword guy, and that comes up in crosswords all the time. And somehow I thought that was a reasonable thing to think in the context of that sentence. No provincial taxes in Alberta. Oh, there. I'm in one piece again on the stream, so that's good. Huge solar incentives. I've heard that there was some movement within Alberta to secede from the Union. I don't know how serious that was, but I did hear something about it. That's about the extent of I know of Canadian politics. I don't want to get too far into it, but I just heard a rumbling about that made it down to my sources of news. So Keane, Carter, and Sal. That would be a fun little group. Might have to stick a label on that. Some sort of parental guidance required for that. I've commented several times with Carter. I mean, I I enjoy him a great deal as a person generally, but he's very fun as a commentator too. So tend to have a good time with people. I try to have a good time with most of the people that I commentate with, but certain people are more comfortable sticking with just the game and comments about backgammon, and that's great. And then there are other people who, get a little spicy, and that can be great too. You know, I try to fit into whatever situation I'm put into. Um, sometimes, sometimes I'm the straight man, and sometimes I'm the comic relief. It's whatever role I get into. I see a bit of Roberto, but I don't see any of the other players just yet. Oh, wow. Yeah, those solar incentives, they sound pretty sweet. Uh, I mean, it feels like that's the direction we should all be headed anyway. we got. Looks like we had 74 entrants in the open division. Scott a Canuck and an American. What could go wrong? You know, the as long as no one has any weapons, there's a limited amount that can go wrong. That kind of puts a cap on things. A lot. The Americans have a new love for Scots now after this World Cup. The headlines that we got in the United States were with the Scottish fans had drunk Boston dry, which was that's a hard thing to do. Yeah, we gotta. It's a good policy, to stick mostly to the backgammon and mostly to the game at hand, and maybe make comments. You can be funny in the content in the context of the match. You can because it's almost like the dice are another character in the match, because the dice the dice act in a rather capricious factor way in a lot of time, in a lot of ways. And then, you can sometimes attribute, say if somebody misses a triple shot, you kind of say, I don't know why he decided to not hit this time, roll something that hit. But yeah, if you stay within the context of the match, you can have a lot of fun, because the game is a lot of fun. But yeah, if you start going off the rails in your favorite political theories, you're not, you're probably not gonna. First of all, people aren't as funny as they think, and secondly, you kind of, what I guess they would say, you'd limit your audience for commentary of that type. You try to be you've got an audience that the one thing is they all love backgammon. Usually you stick to that. And Bill Colton has taken a 1-0 lead over Matt Clytus on the other stream. So just kind of have that on. We're eagerly awaiting this consolation final to start between Steve Sachs and John Quinn. Waiting with bated breath. Bated breath is an expression that, for an embarrassingly long time, I thought was spelled with an I in bait. And I don't know why I thought that, but, anyway, that kind of creates a hilarious image in my head of how we might have gotten that expression. Unfortunately, just not spelled that way. Yeah, a lot of these guys are fun away from the board too. There are a few stories out there that are perhaps not appropriate for a public stream, but you have a good. You try to find a way to have a good time at tournaments, and if you get knocked out of these tournaments early, sometimes you have some free time on your hands, and and you go out to dinners, and you might hang out at the bar and that kind of thing. It's a good social atmosphere. I'm just going to put it that way. If you love backgammon, you've found your people. and you go to these events and you have fun. I see Steve Sachs on one side of the board. Steve Sachs, yet another strong showing at an ABT event. No surprise there. John Quinn, I do have to confess, I don't think I know him. I am unfamiliar with his game. Thomas Henderson says, hit the like and I'll stop posting, folks. Do like and subscribe. I've mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. It serves two purposes. One, it helps the USBGF bring more streaming of backgammon tea. And two, it brings more people to the backgammon streaming itself. The algorithm finds people that might like it. See Dimitri in the frame. See Roberto in the frame. Boy, those two gentlemen have they always put in a lot of work in bringing all this streaming and recording to us. They run the Players Cup BMAB events pretty much at every ABT tournament there is. They're just kind of run ragged all weekend. So a big shout out to them. Thomas Henderson almost threw backgammon board into a lake as a scientific experiment. I mean, how would you know whether it floated until you test it? You know. I'll tell you what it probably doesn't float is a Jeffrey Parker board. Those things give you a workout to tote around. I don't have one myself, but I know some people who do, and they'll pretty much keep that board at home because they don't like to travel with it. They're beautiful boards and stuff, but boy, do they weigh a lot. You might be the only one there, or everyone else might be judging you. No, you might be the only one there because I'm just frankly not that interesting, and that's all we've had for the last several minutes, maybe even maybe even an hour or two if we include Paris. Always very exciting to see new young players in the game who are already very strong. It makes me a little jealous, actually. I was not certainly nowhere near Harris's ability after a year. I would say even after like 4 years of playing. I think I played the first year of my life with the same all 4 years. In the meantime, it looks like we have two players now at the board, and they're about to start this consolation final. Steve Sachs, John Quinn, one match, 9 points for the consolation championship. So this will be good. Steve Sachs gets the opening 4-1 and splits with it. John Quinn replies with a 6-2, smacking that outfield builder. 4-6 from the roof. And Steve, always awkward to play, just has to bring out one to the bar point with the 6. The 4-1 from the roof. This is a choice for John. He can hit 2. He could hit on the 7 and then hit play 6-2. Feels like hitting on the 7 is required, and he can also bust everything inside. He can go for the better point by hitting on the 4. The downside of this play is you do break the 8 point. Steve enters but doesn't hit at 2-1. Double 4s. Well, it makes some points and leaves some blots, right? You can make the 4 point. Oh, wait, no, it's 5-4. I apologize. My eyes need to be checked. This looks fine. Four-one hitting. Or 5-1 hitting. Boy, I'm having trouble with those 4s and 5s today. And a 1-4 from the roof. Hits. 3-2 gets to anchor on the 22. That's big. Just brings the builder down with the deuce. And John can just make his bar point with this 5-1. And then he'll want to work on getting those back checkers activated now that Steve has an advanced anchor. Steve makes the 3-point with 5-3. Good point-making roll. And you can almost feel John reaching for his back checkers here with this 3-1. Can't make anything constructive up front, so some sort of splitting might be involved. He's going to bring one down and split from the back. Okay. Another option would be a double split if he didn't want to leave an outfield blot out there. And this is the downside of bringing a 3 down, as Steve gets to hit from the back. And a fan for John, inconvenient. Steve doesn't have anything yet. He'll just roll. And this is a 4 and a 1, it looks like. So he's got a choice. He can double hit if this is a 4-1, or he can play it safely and constructively. He can make the 11 come up with the ace. But Steve is going to go after him, put 3 on the bar, and I kind of like it. John enters two of the 3 checkers without hitting. Steve will look for another roll to improve. Boxes. Oh, this will be nice. He can put this, he can make the 2-point and just make the ace point, 4-point board, 2 on the roof, and really devastating position here unless John can roll a 5. He cannot. Oh, he can. It is a 5. So now Steve doesn't have anything yet. Too much work, and John is safely ensconced on his anchor. 4-3. For Steve, this is a bit awkward. Your first thought is maybe to make the 11 then you got a 3 to play. And then all of a sudden you don't have a good 3. So he's going to work on bringing the back checker up to try to get those guys out. And if you do that, 11 to 8 is your most logical 3. Another fan for John. Steve going to try to make progress with those back checkers again. 6-1. Oh, he can make the 8 if he wants. And he does want. Five-2. Getting in is important, and then just play 6-4. Doesn't want to leave a blot at this time. And now Steve going to need to do something with those back checkers. 5-4. Just running one. Pretty good. Now John will probably, if he rolls an ace, he'll probably go after this guy. Oh, 2-1. Looking good. Making the 5-point. Great shot. Steve will want to come in now. Some of those come-ins can be awkward. 3-6 is quite good. Getting out. And John hits with a 3-1. See, Steve comes up with here. 2-1. Yeah, he has to come under the gun of all those builders in order to play the whole thing. And this is a lovely roll. He can make the bar point and hit loose off the edge of the prime. Well, let's see what Steve comes up with. 1-6 would be a pretty awkward come-in number. 2-4 is also awkward. And he cannot stomach playing 6-2, so he'll leave another blot. 4-1 has a choice here. Can make the 2 on his head, or you can send the second checker back and then hit with the ace, putting 2 on the bar, even though you're leaving a blot in your board. Sending that second checker back could be important, but he decides to go with the solid 4-point board. If Steve fans here, we might have a cube decision. He doesn't fan. But he will leave another blot out here. He covers the 9, but leaves a blot on the midpoint. And that blot is hit. And now, let's see what Steve comes up with. It's a 1-5 from the roof. And this... and he plays to not leave any blots. John probably has a cube here. John did not take any time to think about that, so he must not be too impressed with his position, but Steve's position, you know, the best case scenario for Steve is he finds a way to anchor and he still would be a significant underdog. But the worst case is something like this, where he has to leave a blot in another blot on his side of the board. Unless John was thinking he was too good before, he may ironically be too good now. John finds a cube now, and let's see how long Steve takes us to pass this, and not long at all. So, first blood to John, 1-0 to 9. All right, opening 6-3 for Steve. He's going to split with it, which is the standard play. Sorry, to John, which is now Steve in response rolls double 1s, and it's perfect. Gets to make the 5 and the bar while putting John in the air, but aces for John of his own. comes in, makes the 5, and then splits in the face of that priming structure. And 1-3, so Steve, disappointed he's not able to cover the 8. He will lift it and then split from the back. Splits to the 21, challenging John to do something to him. With this 6-5, it looks like John should hit with the. Ooh, this is another play. Interesting. This might be a better play. Comes out with the 6 and lifts the 5. Steve running with that 6-2. Five, 4, can't move his back checker at all, so this is pretty logical. He could have made the ace point on his head, I guess, but might have a difficult follow-up after that. 5-2, can make a point in the board. There's some argument to stepping up, but I think this is constructive enough that maybe you do this. Oh, great shot. This is the downside of not coming up, though. And now he will at least come up with this deuce. He might just bring the 5 down, not exposing himself to 2s and 5s, and maybe getting the full freedom next time. Interesting spot for this 4-2. So, on the one hand, you know, you don't want to let John go, but hitting loose is probably too loose. 6-4. Well, he'd like to run, but he would again be into a double shot. Not that we object to that normally, but there is a constructive alternative. He chooses not to make the deuce point. He played 13-3 instead. He could make the deuce point. And this double 2s is amazing from Steve. John would like to come in. He does come in with a 2-3, plays it logically. Steve now would like to either hit or make the bar point. He does make the bar point, and the ace he plays there to the 9. John going to just take the 6 point. Would have loved to escape, but being constructive is a good alternative if he can't. 3-1. Now the question is, do you make the 9 point? He's not really doing a whole lot there, so he decides to use the 3-1 to bring a builder in and smack John loose should he get the opportunity. And this is an interesting spot, too, because there's an argument to be made for preventing Steve from hitting you by hitting Steve. But he opts for the ostensibly safe play. Steve will be hitting with any 3. He'll also clearly hit with a 6-4. And he may hit with a 5. There's 3. 2 schools of thought of this. One, you can continue it going so that if you are hit, he's not at the edge, or you can play purely, keep the point you slotted, once slotted and played down, and that's what he did. This fan by John, so Steve is now contemplating a cube decision, and he does give this cube. 5 would be pretty devastating here. And even if you don't roll a 5, you're still stuck behind a 5 prime. So John gets out of dodge, and into a new game. So 1-1. Match to 9. Opening 5-4 for Steve. Just going to split with the 4. Bring 5 down. And this 2-1, John is going to fight for his 5 point. So he slashes away. Steve going to hit back. Battling for John, begging for his 5, which is the same as Steve's 20. And they'll keep going at it. Steve hitting with almost anything that's legal to hit with. 5-6. Oh, yeah, great shot. Hitting 2. And an early fan from Steve, an early fan from John. Steve says, I don't quite have enough yet with my 1 point board. And he's glad he didn't do anything because John gets 2 anchors. So Steve just being flexible and looking to be constructive. John trying to determine where to put these checkers. He opts for the loose hits. Now, I'm not sure how much timing John has to play a 1-4 game. I think he would love to roll a deuce and make the 22 points as an upgrade. As it stands, with this 6-1, he decides, I don't have enough time to keep that guy back there, so I'm going to bring him out and then just use an ace constructively on my side of the board. And Steve is going to hit with this 5-1, put him back, keep John from building much right away. 4-3. Always tough to figure out how to configure, so he's going to slot his 22 and make his 3 point. 3 point might be a little deep for our liking, but there might not be that much. There might not be a better alternative for that. Steve makes the 3 point on his head, denying the improvement of the anchor. Now John with this 4-1. I anticipate the 4 is going to be played to the 21, and then he's going to slot this 5 point. Steve would love to make his 5 here. Tiny numbers. Doesn't do it. Just going to bring down one from the mid. And John just going to continue to build his board, preparing for a shot. John probably going to come out with this 6. Sorry, it's Steve's 6. I apologize. He's just going to clear the midpoint. Couldn't play that safely anyway, so he's just going to keep checkers in front of the anchors to the extent that he can. Getting hit, he wouldn't have liked it, but it's not devastating. Now, John with this 5-3, he can... Is it that urgent to get the 5 out? Probably not. He's choosing to just bring 2 down. You could also have slotted the 4 point with the 5. Steve contemplating cube here. If he does make his 5-point, does that lose the market? Guessing probably no. So in the meantime, he rolls his 6-4, has to leave a shot, and decides to do it this way, where it's inconvenient for John to hit. He would have to break his anchor to do it. Now, Steve is still kind of stacked and awkward. And Steve has taken a picture. Five, 4, at least it's safe, but I don't know if he'll ever make his 5-point. Just didn't roll the numbers to do it. And that's the 2-3. So finally, John is going to slot his 4-point in anticipation of making it. 6-3. The 6 is forced. And then the 3 probably has to play 6-3 to not leave a double shot. The only other choice is 8-5. Five, 3, and John's thinking that didn't cover the 4-point. I had a triple shot to cover the 4-point, and I didn't do it. I didn't hit either. He just grabs the 8-point, and now Steve is saying, I bet you can't hit me from here on out. If it were me on John's side, I would probably take this because that gap on the 5-point might be tougher to deal with than we think. But yeah, Steve's doubling this because he's kind of betting either I'm not going to leave a shot or by the time I do, you'll have to break. And John lets it go. You know, I tend to take more of these back game cubes than I should, but I would have tried that one. Anytime I see some gaps, I just like the possibility of pain in my opponent's future as they leave me double shots. But in any case, one thing that John will not do is get gammoned in that game. So giving up 1 point is by dropping is a way to prevent getting gammoned, and that is something it has going for it. And early break from Steve, maybe just to get water, I'm not sure. And I have gone dark on my screen. Okay, I'm back. I hope that was just a momentary blip. If you are still watching and haven't done so, please do like and subscribe. And let's see. All right. They're off. 2-1 for Steve Sachs in this early going of the consolation final. Match to 9 gets the 3-point with the opening roll. And John's going to make the major split against them. I think the standard play is to make the minor split, but it does avoid getting pointed on with 4-2, but it was cocked, so looks like a loose hit from Steve with that 5-3, fighting for the 5-point. Hits back with the 4-1, so they're having a battle on Steve's 5-point. And Steve will try the hit again. And this time it looks like double twos, so it can't hit. Oh, it's 1-2. I apologize. Either way, the 5-point block was safe. Oh, and Steve fans with an early double 6. John has a choice with this 3-1 and opts to put the second man in the air as opposed to making a point on his board. Steve doesn't have that many numbers that hit. He's an underdog to do it. And a second fan from Steve, and now John should pause here. Ooh, I haven't really thought about sending a double here. I don't know whether it's right, but this can get ugly real fast for Steve. If he enters poorly here, which he does, 3 men on the ace. If John can make this 5-point, he'll have a very strong gammonish position. He's going to fight for it now. And Steve really under pressure to perform here. He doesn't really do it. At least he enters, but coming out, and now John is paused. I think he's going to find a cube here. Hit and cover numbers are generally devastating, particularly when Steve fans or doesn't anchor on the 22. Just a whole mess of checkers in the area. And Steve, and take a picture of this. I suspect Steve is going to drop this. I wonder if Steve might be more apt to take if he had his 4-point instead of his 3-point. It's one of those subtleties where the 3-point's a little bit too deep. Oh, he's going to take this one. There's the hit and cover. Now Steve really needs to anchor on the 22 to avoid getting wiped off the board here. Doesn't do it. And this 6 is tricky, isn't it? It's going to come out to the 18 because he has 3 on the ace, but see what John rolls in response here. He can hit 2 with this 5-1. He's got a choice here. Certainly we're hitting with the ace. And then what are we doing with 5? We're hitting 2, putting 2 in the bar, denying anchors. That's what we're doing. Steve staying alive with an entry on the 3-point and hitting. 4-6. The 4 comes in and he can make the bar. Should make the bar. Steve desperately wanting another 3. So he can get that second anchor. It's a 2-5. All right, the 5 comes down. Will be poised to make another anchor. Double 4s. Look at how devastating this roll is. look at this. He gets to make the 3-point. He's pulling it back. You have to make the 3-point hit loose on the deuce. Oh, he doesn't hit loose on the deuce. Interesting. See if Steve will land on the deuce point. He does. So now Steve has an ace deuce game. It's not particularly well timed yet. But I will tell you it's better than being pinned on the ace point. And now John's in the awkward position where he has to decide whether to hit with that 5-3, and he doesn't. Because he doesn't want to give Steve additional timing. And now Steve has rolled a 6-5 with some choices. So he can hit from the 23 point to the 12. That's one option. Another option is he can grab the 18-point anchor. The downside of that play is you do leave 2 blots in your home board, or in John's home board, that can be hit. Yeah, he's going to go forward on this. I think I like this play. Now, John has rolled a 5-4, and yes, now he does choose to hit on the deuce. And Steve fans, okay. So let's see if John can cover. He's got 7s and 8s to do it. He can also hit in the outfield with certain numbers. Double 6s is a cover. Missed that one. Oh boy. And comes in with that last 6. That's one I'm not sure about. Could have come out with from the 20. Steve comes in with this 1-2. He's grateful to get in, but it's kind of the worst come-in number imaginable, as it does nothing about those outside blots. 4-3 for John. Gonna hit the checker there on the midpoint. So Steve is now pinned at an ace-point game. And John would like to pick up as many checkers as he can, so he'll hope for a 2 here. Doesn't get it. And he's just going to bring it down from the midpoint. Steve gets in, and it's a 1-4. Or no, sorry, 1-5. So he's just going to safe that blot. Says 4 checkers is enough sent back. I don't want to risk it anymore. Double 3s. Sort of an inconvenient shake for John because he has to move everybody up front. Still has a straggler back there. See what Steve can come up with. Would love a 6 to get out into the outfield. Rolls 4-2 instead, so just make the deuce. Double 2s. John will come out with 3 of those, then find a deuce inside. And it is a 2-1. Is that right? And Steve says, too risky and too early to hit you. So just works on building his board. And John cleverly avoiding a blotting double 6 by moving that deuce inside. Steve deciding, do I need to get out with a 6 right now, even though it risks getting hit, or can I just build my board calmly? And Steve's saying, I need to get out with a 6 now so I don't crack up front. Not an easy decision for me. I'm not sure. I will say my general instinct is to come out in those spots if there's any danger of me cracking. So 6-5. And now Steve's thinking, well, do I need to come out with a second one? And maybe I don't. Maybe making the board is the priority because a shot can happen right now. Shot can happen right now, and I might need to be a bit more ready with my board if that happens. And I might have more time than usual to get a second checker out. It's a 5-1. He can clear the 5 point right now. Just play them both off the 5 point. The trouble with playing 6 off is you do leave those horrible double shot numbers like 6-5. The 5 point is often a very tricky point to clear against the ace point, and it can cause a lot of problems. You can do it right now. I like that play. Six comes out, and the ace spreads out the checkers. Yeah, and the other benefit of clearing 5 point is I believe it was no shots immediately next time. So that's another thing. And he only has to play the deuce. And you know something? You can just peel off a checker on the deuce point. This one does leave some shots immediately next time. Your 6-1, your 5-1, your 4-1. No, 4-1's fine. 6-1, 5-1. 6-5. Three, 1, and yeah, peels with 3, and then plays 4-3. That's fine. Steve gonna build the bar point, so he slots it first, hoping to get a shot. Great roll from John to clear the 6. With 3-1, or sorry, double. Yeah, I cannot see the dice right now. Little glary for me. All right. Is this a 3-2? 3 must come off, and then the 2 is forced if you don't want to leave a shot. Steve runs with that 6-3, thinking about getting off the gammon. His front position's good enough now. Or 2, again, the 4 has to come off, and then the 2 has to come off if you don't want to leave a shot. So, and Steve deciding whether to make the bar point or to get a crossover, and he opts for the crossover, trying to save the gammon. And Steve's going to run with this. It's just too many pips. And even if he does get a shot, he has to hit it and win after that. And usually the end result is saving the gammon as opposed to winning. So just running is fine. Great shot for Steve. John has 4 numbers to win a gammon right now. Doesn't do it. Steve needs to avoid an ace. Double aces will work, but all the other aces are bad. And he does save the gammon. Good save, Steve. It'll be a 3-2 lead for John Quinn. And thank you, Leah and Thomas, for your comments. We're doing the best we can, and we're going to press ahead now. Good opening 6-1 for Steve. And John will split with that 5-1 in the face of the priming structure. 5-2, just going to come down and split. Sounds good. John hoping to build something with this roll. 3-2, going to grab that advanced anchor. He's like, great. Kind of heaving a sigh of relief. Well, Steve wants to do something with his back check. Can't do anything with these back checkers with this double fives. You know, at first it might look good. It's 20 pips, but then you're like, how do I play this? And he immediately just grabs the 1 and 2 points. 3-2. Now he's got the option. He can hit 2 checkers like this. The downside is he is outboarded. Getting hit is rather inconvenient, and Steve wasn't really threatening to do much on his roll as a tempo hit, so we'll see. Then again, 3-2 was kind of an awkward roll to begin with, so maybe that was the best you could do, other than like play 13-8. A 2-6 from the bar here, or sorry, not on the bar. He's got a choice with this. You can't play it safely, so this is probably the right idea. It gets some upside, gives Steve some bad rolls. And that was kind of a mixed bag. If you're going to get hit, that's the checker you want hit if you're John, because it can recirculate. But you do need to come in. He does come in and he gets the bar point out of it. So, you know, kind of worked out a little bit. Gets some compensation for the gambit. Steve, however, is going to probably hit 2 checkers here. Yep. Definitely doesn't want John to get that second anchor. John hits back, all right. Two, 6, just got to come out with this 6. There's nothing really else to do with it. 4-1 for John. And gets the second anchor. So now Steve's game is quite disconnected. That does a lot to reconnect things, though. Interesting play for John here. The 6 looks like it's coming down. And then you do have the option of slotting with the ace. I know it is the last spare on the 6, which is usually a counter indicator. But with the 2 anchors there, this is kind of the way to build the purest structure up front with no gaps. And might pay off handsomely. This double 6s does build a prime, but it further disconnects the army. John will look pretty good if he can make this 4 prime, and he does. The 5 is awkward. 5 is awkward, and he's putting it back. I do think the 4 prime is mandatory. This is one option. The other option is you could come down from the midpoint and leave the blot there. I think you don't want to touch the back checkers just yet. The one downside of this play is it does put a checker kind of like the structure is in, you want that pure structure, and you skipped the 4-point. And when you usually don't want to do a thing like that. But it was a tough play. I'm not sure what the right decision is. It's double aces is tough. Again, how purely do you want to play it? Right now, I think everything up front is where you want it. You might make a play like 13-9. Does risk some of the double hits, but when you do get away with it, it's better. The option to leave no blots in the outfield. This is a 4-2. Steve will come up with the 4, but then has to play this, or up with the 2, but then has to play that awkward 4. But what choice do you have? 6-5. Now, John has the choice to double Falcon into the outfield. And he might do that. Gets outfield coverage, and now makes it tough for Steve to escape cleanly. Steve jumps out, but now John will have a double shot at that checker because he did jump out. But he misses everything. So he'll button up that blot, and then he has a choice of the 5. He could play inside. He's realizing I can cover, and he may have to do that. Steve's going to get this blot to safety, or plan to. There he goes. And John with this 6-5 could just build the 8-point and come in. It seems sensible. I don't know that it matters too much as long as you don't put a checker deeper than the 4-point. And Steve holding off on giving a cue here because there's a lot of contact left. That gap on the 5-point is there. A lot of killed checkers. So, and it's just getting worse. So even though he's got a very large lead in the race, he really can't do anything yet as far as the cube goes. And John, meanwhile, is ready on the other side of the board. This double 4s doesn't even hurt him much at all. Doesn't want to roll it again, but this first one he could handle and play constructively. 6-5. All right, getting kind of strippy here. Four to 1 or 4-1, and he has a choice. He can slot the 2-point, or he can just bring in. The downside of slotting the 2-point is the shots might come right now. And that is not a shot, but it does clear the 6-point. And Steve briefly entertained volunteering something. He's like, nope, I'm just going to do that because there's repeaters on some of those. Oh, great shot for John. Now he's really fully ready. That is a fully mature 6 prime. Great shot from Steve. Oh my goodness, what a shot that is. Clearing that point as a spare there. And now Steve still has some bad rolls here. Like you're 6-3, you're 5-3. But now he's like, I'm going to make you pay to see those. Because Steve's saying the most likely outcome is I leave you one shot. And you either hit it or don't, but you're not favored to hit it. And sometimes I leave you nothing at all. So he decides, I'm favored. This is volatile. I'm going to go. But John's like, I'm going to take, because usually I do get that shot, and this is not that gammonish for me. So that's what's going on there. So double take. 6-4. Now John has to decide, do I run with one or stay? And he's deciding not to leave the pick and pass numbers. 3-1 would be a truly awful roll here. Let's not even contemplate something like that. And what is it? 5-1. So the most common variation happened. We have a single shot here, and it is hit. And now John can choose to play on or not. It won't matter that much. The spares aren't placed particularly well. Likely he's just going to end up cashing, but he's going to decide, hey, let's see where those spares go. And if they go in great places, and importantly, if I'm in no danger of leaving a shot, I might as well take some shakes. You know, we're not playing for much equity, but we're playing for a little. You know, it's not nothing. But I would say as soon as he sees a variation like double sixes blotting, he'll just go ahead and cash. And that's kind of what he's looking at. He's like, is there any way to keep double sixes from blotting? And no, and here's where I would cash now, because double sixes does leave a blot. And so he's just going to get out of dodge. There we go. Double pass. So 5-2. Exciting ending to that game. And so 4 away, 7 away. John gonna, if a gammonish position for John opens up, you might see him double like normal, because he'd love to get to 4 away. If John gets to like, you know, your normal racing and holding games, he still might double, and Steve might pass a little early in those spots, but we're a long way from that. John played 2 down with that 5-4. You don't see that often. It's not terrible, though. And Steve wasn't quite sure what to do with this 5-2, actually. Whether to split or come down. Double fours, you know, it'll probably be good no matter how John plays it. You got choices here, and he's opting to make the 4 and the 9 and then split with the vac. Seems pretty strong. Good answer from Steve, grabbing the bar point anchor. And now, little awkward 2-1, probably just going to slot the 5, and 6-4 is probably the 4. You didn't want to move up the back checker because some shots might happen now. Case in point, this 6-5. Let's see if John can roll an ace. He does not. And he's going to grab the bar point anchor. Sometimes you hold off on making that anchor when the opponent has nothing, and, you know, see if they'll leave you more shots. But there wasn't a whole lot more to do with that 6-2 otherwise. So this seems pretty good. So now we have a mutual holding game. Both players will try to roll that medium-sized set while avoiding getting hit. And, you know, sometimes these games are boring, and they're boring until they get very interesting. And he played that 6-5. Yeah, there's not much more to do with that. It's always an awkward little number. Meanwhile, John is building his board quite comfortably. And this is also awkward because Steve does not. He plays the 3 and he plays 6-1 with a 5. He doesn't want to lose his last spare on the 6 because that could make things like 6-1 a little awkward. And now John has a choice as well. And he's going to just play inside. If there was a time to leave a shot, you might consider breaking the midpoint in that spot. Since Steve does have a blot in his board, but this is quite a lot of tension and pressure. And now Steve, this horrible 6-4, just has to break his, well, he doesn't have to break his 8, I guess. But it would have required him breaking his 6, which was intolerable. Meanwhile, John coming with a double 4s here, so he's getting most of what he wants. He needs to count the race, though. 97 for John after the roll, 60, 70, 96, 101 for Steve after the roll. So looks like he's a touch ahead. So you just go and try to disengage. Six one is a shot, but it is a shot that, ooh, that's interesting. Chooses to break the 8-point and do it, but there wasn't a whole lot of danger on the other side of the board. That shot came with a drop of poison, so you did have the choice of making the better point by breaking the 10. No matter. Steve is the race is close enough that Steve cannot afford to have all those checkers sunk back on the 18 point. So whether he's a little ahead or a little behind doesn't matter, it has to go. In the meantime, he'll build his board and keep this little tension here. Can't disengage with it anyway. John's going to take some time to count the race. I assure you, it's pretty close. And it's a 6, but not a number bigger than 2. So he has to stay behind. Steve would love something that built his board, or even better, like double 6s. And it's 5-3, and he decides, got to take my chance in the race. Or at least that's what he's setting up. Just to get a pip count. The trouble with staying back for contacts, that is an option, but it does make you burn checkers inside more, which hampers your race. 6-3, so at this point, Steve's glad he ran, because that would have disengaged and left him with a poor racing position. Very close race at this moment. Not so much anymore. After this double 6 from Steve, John will need to have a really good answer to stay in. 6-3, is that even good enough? We're going to find out. Steve ships the cube. So we've got 25, 35, 40 for Steve.
Yes.
35. Yeah, it looks like that was a pass. All right, 5-3. It looks like John has left his position at the board. So we might be going on a short break. In the meantime, just an update on Stream 1, where the Masters final is going on. Looks like Bill Colton has a 6-4 lead over Matt Backlitis and a match to 11 over there. So that is an exciting final as well. In this one, it'll be 4 away for John and 6 away for Steve. So John will still be doubling aggressively on gammonish positions, just like for money, I would say. And Steve doesn't have to pass quite as readily as he would say at 5 away, but still won't exactly be snapping those up. And if it becomes a race or holding game, he'll want to start passing cubes from John if they start to become closer passes, or closer takes for money. He'll want to drop a little bit more readily just to put John at 3 away if that comes up. And Steve will, on Steve's side of the doubling cube, he'll double pretty aggressively. And he's at an even away score. He's incentivized to get to scores like 2 away and 4 away. So, and he's, behind in the match it tends to mean that those recubes are tougher for John to find, as John would be risking the match to put that 4 cube in play. So he gets incentive to pull the trigger a little earlier than he would normally for money. Looks like John is back at the table. And so we're going to go. And my stream is frozen, so I did not see what this opening roll was. Okay, 5-1 for John. Just going to split. See what Steve can come up with here. 4-2. It's the 4 point. All right. Good answer for John. It's the 3 point. It's the 5 point with the 3-1. And okay. And that is 6-4. And so since he can point on his head, he will. And John will grab the ace point anchor back again and hold on to it. So now John Steve has a blitzing formation. So John is incentivized to stay on that ace point and not split. Meanwhile, John has a pretty good priming formation. And I cannot tell what the other die says. I see a 3. Is it a 3-2 or a double 3? Okay, 3-2 just plays 13-8. Had the choice of maybe playing the 2 down and 3 in, but that would have taken away a builder for the bar point, which he desperately kind of wants to make. Double 4, so it makes the 5 point, but it also hurts Steve's timing a bit. And there is the bar point for John. This is a very strong structure for him. Steve desperately wants to split now, and he is really quite good for Steve. See what John comes up with. 4-1. Can't play it safely. What you might try doing in this spot is actually slotting the 4 with the 4 and then flexing 6-5 with the ace. seems like the play with the biggest future. Now, Steve is contemplating a cube here. Most sequences where he rolls a 3 are a market loss, but when he doesn't roll that 3, he's in a bit of trouble. So he decides not to. And he misses. So, John, great shot here if he can cover. He does cover with the 5-1. And you almost don't care about having to leave a blot on the midpoint with the 5. You're just glad you made the priming structure. It's very nice. Steve looking for like a 2-1 or double ones here. 5-1 he'll hit. And going to grab the 8-point with that. Now John looking for an entry. He fans. Steve, though, doesn't have anything yet until he gets to the edge of the prime at the very least. And double sixes, it's a truly awful number. And now, does John have anything? Well, he rolls without even thinking about it. I don't know whether he had anything or not. He's still on the roof against a 4-point board after all. But, boy, a sequence where Steve doesn't come up now. And he doesn't. And in fact, 3s were quite bad for him. As we can see here, this is looking quite scary. If you does Steve have a take? Your cube actions where it's like, well, I wonder what my opponent has to say about whether he would take this. The answer is to just give your opponent the cube. That way he has to answer. So 6-3. And now John will be a bit more careful with the cube, or at least correct strategy indicates he should be, as doesn't get as much value out of those gammonish cubes with a 2 cube in play, and they're much more likely to boomerang back to 4 from Steve's perspective. Good set of aces. Steve working on building his front position. Interesting spot here for John. He can build the 9 for sure with that 4. And the question is what to do with the 3. And he could just step up. He's looking, I know it comes under the gun, but there's not a lot of checkers aimed at that 4-point yet. Rather flat structure for Steve. And this is a double 5s. There's a couple of choices. You can lose the midpoint and just build the 8 heavy and bring in the builder 11-6, or if the thing is, you can also shift board and put John in the air. The one thing, it's a very committal play, but it does prevent John from improving his structure next roll. Where if, John does build that bar point, he'll be in some bit of trouble. But this is a nice structure too, and Steve's going to look at both of these plays. And it's not an easy decision. It's not an easy decision at all. And he's looking at the loose hit too. That's a third option. But he quickly, I don't know if he rejected it, but he quickly wanted to look at the other option. But now it looks like he's leaning towards not hitting and making the, okay, nope. He's going for the loose hit on the ace point, okay. And that is a 4-3 from the roof. So really quite good roll. Entering and making the good structure up front. Steve's going to want to roll something good here. He gets a 4-3 himself. At least lets him split and build, so could have been quite a bit worse. The 6-1 is a great shot for John, building the 4 on his head. Three-two grabs the anchor. That could be a game saver for the moment for Steve. 6-4. Looks like this just comes out and around. Great shot. Out of trouble. Only a few fly shots. Only your 4-3 and double fours. Three one. And interesting spot here. I don't know that John has a racing advantage at all. If it is, it would be quite minimal. He's deciding how to play this 6-5. I was going to say making the bar points, though, would be quite devastating. So something to think about. But race is still close enough at the score. We probably don't want to offer a cube just yet. What is the race now? 90, 101? Yeah, still probably close enough. Well, if you want to keep that front priming structure in place, then there's no way to play it completely safely. This is a safe play, but it does lose the 9 point. Not sure what's right there. Because if the race is close, there is some incentive to, for instance, not paying off the boxes just now. Read 2 makes that ace point, which was going to be a liability, so Steve just bringing in. He'll be forced to run with his 6s next time. (6-4) has to clear the 8 point. It's kind of a bad shot for John. Now Steve will gladly run. Well, I mean, he'll be forced to run with that 6-2. And John doesn't really have anything yet. 3-2. Very interesting roll. So you can play this completely safely with 2 off the 4 point. You are burying a checker on the ace point to do this. That will have a certain win percentage associated with it. Another option you can do is you can turn this game into a one roll proposition. You can say hit from 6-3 and then make the 2 point. This has the benefit of over hitting with the deuce of not leaving additional blots if you are hit back. Or, you know, not like another option is to congratulations, win. If not, you definitely lose. So that has a certain probability associated with that of winning. And you just have to compare which one's bigger. And Steve has decided to play the safe play and play it like a race. And Steve is like, okay, John, I will take you up on that proposition and roll double 4s right away. Let's see how that works out. So good. 42, 46, 48, 55 for Steve, if I'm counting that right. 30, 41, 47, 57, 59, 62. Yeah, double and pass. So, yeah, I wonder about that 3-2 position. I mean, it's easy to play Monday morning quarterback after a game like that, but it really does come down to what your racing advantage is. And if the racing advantage was enough, you just put it on the line right now. Because after, you know, on a fan by Steve, it's just over with the cube. Interesting decision. So 6-4 for John. It's 3 away, 5 away. And 4-1 for John to play here. He's got a choice. You can hit and lift. I think if you're hitting, I think you're lifting. Although he decides to split with it. The other option is just to play something like 13-8. Two 6 from the bar, and Steve finds that shot. Another 2-6 from the bar for John. Got a choice of coming out or coming down to the 7, neither one of which are terribly attractive. And he decides to do this, saying, I've already got 3 men back. What's 1 or 2 more? Costs less to have more men sent back the more you have back there. Now, Steve chooses to hit here. There was an interesting option of making the 5 point as well. Felt like I should point that out in light of this roll. And let's see what happens here. All right. So now it's sort of a one-way holding game. Steve's trying, well, it's kind of a mutual holding game. Steve has that awkward 17-point anchor. John has a better board, and he's got that goalkeeper. Very hard for Steve to play his roles safely. He misses this shot, but does get to build the barrel, the 3 through the 6 points. Very strong structure. And Steve will have to figure out a way to play this next roll safely. 2-1. Oof. Oof. This minimizes shots. It does put a sixth man on the 6 point, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And John is thinking about this. If he were not leading this match, he might consider cubing that. But he is leading, and so he just rolls double fours. Depending on what the race is, he may want to disengage from the back. It feels like he ought to do this, but I don't have the race counted. 139 for Steve. And it feels like he probably was a little ahead. But he still would have had that straggler back in there for some of this garbage contact like this. Oof. Can't play this safe. Has to leave a double shot. Oh. And it's 6-2. I guess he could have played it safe by clearing the 8 points, but that was too terrible to contemplate. But John's still missing, and now he's it takes a little bit of pressure off of the position. Because now Steve can safely play behind there and unstack that heavy 6 point at will. Steve is heaving a little bit of a sigh of relief. And John decides to clear that midpoint while Steve has 2 blots in his board, figuring those blots won't be there forever. John might be regretting not disengaging with the double fours before, but we'll see. 6-1, Steve continues to find the shot-leaving rolls. My goodness. And now, John, going to take a look at this. Because I don't think I'm exaggerating here when I say that aces are pretty good. So 36, 58, 88, 93, 99, 101 for John before the roll. 60, 71, 73, 83, 94, 112. He's up 11 pips. Things do go wrong. Just thinking about it, does not ultimately decide to cube here. And having the lead does kind of disincentivize you from doing it, but I might have been sorely tempted to send it. Now Steve has a much more threatening looking board. Double aces, and if John is still up in this race, then he should play to disengage. Moving those back checkers up. This is another option to just close the board. And that way, if Steve rolls one of his bad sixes here, he'll have a really strong board. Now Steve kind of moves the back checkers up, but that double aces didn't leave a shot. And it's a 2-1, so John opting to save sixes by breaking his board. And now there are fewer truly awful sixes for Steve. Only 6-1 actually leaves a direct shot. The other ones you can play from the back, like 6-2 through 6-5. Another double aces. And how much contact does Steve want in this position? If he knew how long it was going to be before he threw a six, it might help with that. But of course, you don't know that information. You can gain flexibility forever by just going to the midpoint. You know, that you probably get to outweight John in that spot. The trouble is, it is worse contact. And if you're down in this race, you might need better contact. Yeah, these holding games are very boring until they get very interesting. And there is a shot for John. And he hits. And deciding how to configure the checkers in case Steve does get in. This leaves a shot on. This gets hits on 6-2 and double sixes. The other play will get hit on 6-1, 6-2 and double sixes, but could be easier to bring in on the non-hitting sixes. 6-4, like this. So with the other play, John would have been much better situated to handle the position there. I mean, he's still in a pretty good spot, and he should pause here, see what the race is. If he's up in this race, he probably should go. 25, 35, 45, 55, 64 for John. It's 41, 71. 84 for Steve. Wow, that is, before making any adjustment, that's a 24 pip lead. Yeah, Steve decides it's too much. Decides that there's not. He's got to look at how many rolls fail to get past and how often do I hit after those, and then how often do I hit after I do hit. And he decided that it's just I don't win enough races. I don't win enough hitting variations, so I'm just gonna drop it. So it's 7-4 for John Quinn, 2 away, 5 away. Steve slash away at the 5 point. And a 6-4. This is an awkward 6 for John. Steve, not quite enough yet to double, but he's not far. And he decides to, he makes both 5 points. And John rolls an anchoring 3, right? 3-1. I know it's, yeah, the anchor is the most important thing. Keeps you from getting blown off the board. So you'll accept the shot up front like that. That 4-2 hits in both variations. This way you don't get pointed on. All right. They both have their advanced anchors. Steve's front position's a little better. Just going to hit loose here. Great shot from John. Gets to make the bar point from the roof. So setting up for another mutual holding game. This is interesting double fives. You can cover the 3 point, or you can disengage kind of completely from 20 to 15, but you can't do both. And what are the priorities here? And he's looking at the disengage completely and just play 13-8. And he's decided that he's up enough in the race that he should do this. In the meantime, this is a awkward little 5-4 for John. And decides that back checker needs to get moving, so he moves it out part of the way and then slots his 4 point. Steve is pausing. Okay, he's just going to roll now. Not particularly gammonish position, so it's not if there aren't at least some gammons, you tend to not be too aggressive even as the trailer with that cube. 5-3. Well, the 3 looks good, but then this 5 leaves something to be desired. He's going to have to break something important, or you can play 6-1. He comes off the anchor, and now does Steve lick his chops a little bit at this score? Because, you know, you look at some of the double hitting variations, and when things go well after that, they can go very well. This is the type of position. Yeah, he's gonna ship this. Don't blame. Oh, he passes. Now that's interesting to me. I think if I'm John, I would have found a play that let me take the cube last time. Would have let me at least take the cube. So that's an interesting spot to be in. But anyway, now we're at our favorite score, 2 away, 4 away. John, being the 2-way player, plays 2 down with this 3-2, which is perhaps contrary to what the computer would do. Steve so far hasn't rolled anything to take advantage of it, though. And in the meantime, John gets this nifty little double threes to play, and he gets to make the 5 and the 10 points. That's what he's chosen to do with this. Eschewing any anchor. And the 6-5, I suspect Steve will make the 3-point up front. He's not really up in the race after that double threes from John. Oh, this is another option. Brings another builder in. So that's a thought. Because if he gets away with it, he gets to make a pretty pure point on his board. With this 5-1, John may consider the tempo hit, and he does. Almost nothing else to do with that. Doesn't let Steve have his full roll. Steve rolls 3-2. Enters and covers his 10-point. Another checker back for Steve, and let's see if Steve can roll an ace. And it's a 4-2. And he's going to grab the anchor over entering and hitting, which is probably the right idea. Grabbing the anchor is. And John a direct, and he does. 2 blots in the board, though. Let's see what Steve can come up with here. 2-1. Interesting decision here. I suspect Steve will be slotting something with this. And the question is, what will he slot? There was the truly bizarro slot of double slot of 6-5, 6-4. Usually that's a little too much to stomach. In the meantime, interesting, he chooses to use the ace to come up a little bit, but he could have solidified his home board by playing 2-1. Let's see if that comes back to bite him. Steve, unfortunately, did not roll something that allowed a convenient hit, but he will, again, play pretty purely in the face of those 2 blots back there. And here you see the problem with leaving the 2 blots in the home board, because ideally you'd like to hit and get out, but it comes with a cost, and it's a cost that John has no interest in paying. He may still should have done it. Hard to know. He may still should have done it because it most directly accomplished his goal of getting out. And now Steve is not letting out. And this 6-3 he hits, and the only sensible 3 or 6 is to come out. And Steve thinking about this before rolling. Not enough market losers in his opinion there. But look at this double 4s. Fantastic shot. 2-4 is an awkward come-in number. Gotta leave a blot. And now we're gonna leave no cube unturned after this play. Yeah, awkward little shake here. Decides to play with 1 blot, but here comes that cube.
Yes.
And John has no interest in it. And in this particular case, I agree at the score. Gotta let that one go. Gammon's just too costly when they happen. And it's 6-7. 3 away, 2 away. Steve has clawed his way back here. And he's still playing this 5-2. There we go. He's going to play 2 down, which is the more aggressive play for the gammon. Appropriate when you're trailing. 6-3 is a lovely shot for Steve and gets his 5 points, rewarded for that play of 2 down, but John gets his own 5 point. Looks like Steve's up 2 pips in this race. 4-3, deciding what to do with this 3. Splitting is less attractive than it usually is due to the 8-point stack. He still might do it, though. Because the other 3 on the other side of the board of, say, 8-5 isn't, it front loads things a little bit, so. Decided to split. Double 4s for Steve. This is an interesting spot. Couple ways to play this. You can make the big board, the 4 and the 2 points, while leaving 2 blocks on the outside. And that's what he chooses to do. Another option could be to look at some sort of shifting play. But I think the plan is to just get missed here and then cube. 2-3 for John. Now, this is an interesting spot. Certainly, I don't think would be a cube for money, but this is not money. Steve is trailing, and some of those aces are quite good. This is a decision. I know it seems bananas to contemplate a cube when you've got 2 of your own checkers on the roof, but when your front position looks like that and when you're trailing the match like this, it becomes an option. And there goes Steve. And John takes. I think he should take. And here, pausing the clock, maybe when the dice fell out. Big roll here for Steve. 3-2, enters both, above average. Four, 1? No, what is that? 4-3, maybe. Just makes the ace point. Now let's see what Steve can build up front. He can grab his bar point at the cost of a interesting choice here. He can also loose hit on the ace. Oh, I don't know. The trouble with the bar point is numbers are diversified, but that might be the most sensible play. Is 5-4? Wow. What an awful roll. Can't play it safely. Probably going to do some sort of hitting inside. Yeah, this is sensible. I think the double hit is a little too much. Two, 3 hits back. Great roll for Steve. If John doesn't perform here, gammons are certainly in the air. But he does perform. Gets the. I mean, he can still lose a gammon here. He's not out of the woods, but this makes the gammon, harder to get for Steve. But he does have to leave another blot. And that is a hit. And he's going to grab the 9 point to lock in on his 3 point. 1-5 from the roof, and the hits just keep coming. He's all these awkward come-ins. I mean, on the one hand, you're happy to come in, but on the other hand, you don't want to keep leaving blots. And it's a 6-5 for Steve, and he's debating how much contact to leave because on the one hand, you don't want to get stuck, but on the other hand, you'd like to see what John leaves you for under the blot tree. And he decides to stay back for it. And I think he's glad he did because there are more blots under the blot tree. Look at how ugly this has to play. Gosh, I don't know. I mean, the shot minimizing play is probably this 4 down and then 3-1. But he decides that's too terrible to contemplate. So it's going to give Steve some numbers here. 1-5. Is that 1-5? Yeah. So he's just going to hit there, aiming at more. 3-2. Oh, what a shot for John, grabbing the second anchor in the home board. I mean, it's not like he's out of the woods, but this is certainly a lot better for him than it was. Now, he has no time to play this 1-3 game, and his structure up front is terrible for it. But still, you're glad you picked up that second anchor. Now he desperately wants a 2 to step up so he can keep the second anchor without getting squeezed off. Meanwhile, Steve's just going to kind of bring those checkers around. Not too many decisions left for Steve. Now, you can avoid leaving a direct shot by clearing your bar point, but I don't know that that's advisable because the priority is to get John to crack. And even if you do leave a shot here, but he decides to do that. Three, 1, okay. Builds a board. Let's see if Steve can come home with that straggler. It is double 4s, and this is pretty awful as far as these things go. He's either going to have to clear his 6-point, or he's going to have to leave a double shot on the bar, and he's decided he's going to clear his 6-point, or at least that's the first play he's set up. This is the other option. You know, John is just scary enough that he might not want to do that. The one benefit of this play is it does clear the 6-point, which is a tricky point to clear against these types of games. John's plan, though, would be to float out into the outfield and play this way. So Steve's decided to play it this way, and it's a miss. Not all of John's hits were great, particularly those with a 4 in them. Were not particularly good. So in the meantime, John is gonna get a pretty good board. It's not unfortunately the ace point, hampers the priming ability, but he's likely to have a 5-point board pretty soon. This is a shot already for Steve. It's a double 5, and he's desperately saying, does anything cover my deuce point? And the answer is no. No, it doesn't, John. Sorry. But but still going obviously to hit, and he's going to bring a bunch of builders closer. Steve would like to hit back. Although double twos would be a very terrible way of doing it, by the way. It's like, look, I don't call for these things to happen. I just point out that they're possible. All right, now the battle is on for John to close that 3-point and get guys out. And it's an interesting, he's going to have some interesting decisions here as to how many blocks to leave and where they are. Oh, and this is an interesting decision for Steve. So he comes in with the 3, and then he's got to decide whether to come out with the 4 or to hit loose. Hitting loose, you'll hate it if you're hit with the ace, but you love it when he fans. And gammons still pay double, but ultimately he says it's too much to ask of the dice. To try to squeeze a gammon out of those variations and much more dangerous. I'll play with 1 blot. And what is this? This 2-1 or double twos? What is this? 2-1. Pretty clearly makes the 3-point for a little 4-point board. And a great shot back for John with this double 4s. Fan for Steve. 3 builders to make the 3. And he does it. John just has to get out with the last checker. He's favored to do it. And he's well on his way to squeaking this one out. Wow, it was looking so bleak until he made the second anchor out of nowhere. And even then it was looking pretty bleak. But he somehow cobbled together a strong enough front position to hit and close out Steve. And he's well on his way to winning this as long as he doesn't get hit. I believe Steve has 2 checkers off, if I've read and remembered this correctly. Steve enters with this 6-1. He's going to enter with the 6, and then he decides whether to slot the ace point or not. Steve's path to victory involves several big sets. There. John got a little excited and I think bore off the wrong checkers. And putting the finishing touches on this. Wow. What a tremendous victory here for John Quinn. Congratulations to John Quinn beating the great Steve Sachs in the finals of this consolation and giving us some exciting games to do it in. Another great showing for Steve at an ABT event. And thank you all for joining us here. I'm not sure whether we have any... I'm not sure whether we have any more for you today, but I will thank you for joining us here. And if you did view this, and whether you liked it or not, we do ask you to like and subscribe to the channel. It allows us to bring more action to you and bring more people to the action. But I've had a great time bringing it to you, and I hope you'll join us again. The next ABT event is we're going to take a little bit of a hiatus because there are some international events coming up. The next ABT event is going to be in Madison, Wisconsin, in August, and so that'll be fun. I hope to see some of you out there. I don't know if I'm going to make it there or not. I believe that is in between my two international trips, but yeah, Monte Carlo is coming up at the end of this month. That's the World Championship. And then the World Team Championship is in London at the end of August. So those will be great events, and there'll be plenty of streaming online for both of those. So I'll stay on a little longer until I find out what the plan is. uh, we're trying to see if there is any programming. Just now catching up to some of the comments, so it's great.